5:30, we'll call the meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and Invocation. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, in liberty and justice for all. Please join me in a moment of reflection. Dear God, we are grateful and thankful for this day and the blessings, opportunities, and challenges that come along with it. We pray now for strength and your guidance as we humbly ask that you enable us with our different thoughts and ideas to work together toward a common goal of improving our town and serving the residents of Juno Beach. Help us find it in ourselves to each of us act with grace, honor, and compassion as we take this opportunity to render service to our community. Amen. Caitlin, do we have additions, deletions, or substitutions to the agenda?
No, sir.
Anyone on council have any additions, deletions, or substitutions on the agenda? Okay, there being none, we will move on to item 1, the presentation of the recognition plaque to our Vice Mayor, Jim Lyons. Jim, hard to say, in recognition of 27 years of your dedicated service as a mayor, as a council member, as a vice mayor, and as an example to all of us on the council and as residents of Juno Beach, I present you with this plaque, and I thank you very much for setting the kind of example you have for so many years for us in this town. Thank you, Mayor.
First, I want to congratulate Mr. Cook on the election. Alex, I wish you all the best on the council. Mayor, council members, I've enjoyed serving with each of you. Challenging times are ahead for Juno Beach, and I wish you all the best. To staff, I send my goodbyes at today's luncheon, but again, thank you for your support and helpfulness over all these years. And finally, to the residents of Juno Beach, 5 years on the Planning and Zoning Board, a total of 27 years on the council. I thank you for your trust and confidence in me. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve this town. Thank you so much.
Lynn, we're going to take some pictures. Come on. This is a very special person in our lives and all staff's lives. So over the years, thank you so much.
That's going to shift.
Okay. Now I can't even see it.
Okay. Second item on the agenda is the resolution number 2022-02, proclaiming the results of the March 8, 2022 municipal election. Town Attorney Rubin.
Yes, sir. I'll read by title. Resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Juno Beach, Florida, proclaiming the results of the March 8, 2022 general municipal election and providing for an effective date with Mr. Alexander Cook. elected to seat 5.
All right, next item on the agenda is the swearing in of the newly elected
Actually,
You
town.
need a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve the certified results of resolution number 2022-2 proclaiming the results of March 8th, 2022 municipal election.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Now we got to swear. All right,
Now he gets to sit down.
item 3, the swearing in of the newly elected council member Alexander Cook for seat number 5, town clerk Caitlin Copeland.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll have you stand at the podium here. Two. Thank you. If you could just raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Alexander Cook,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government
the Constitution and government
of the United States
of the United States
and of the state of Florida,
and of the state of Florida,
and that I am duly qualified
and that I am duly qualified
to hold office
to hold office
under the Constitution
under the Constitution
of the state,
of the state,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
perform the duties
perform the duties
of council member,
of council member,
which I am now about to enter.
which I am now about to enter.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I think council members again.
It's me, yes.
Thanks, Frank. All right, Caitlin, do we have comments from the public?
Yes, Elizabeth Holloway, 603 Universe Boulevard. I'm not sure which agenda item my comment refers to, but the question is, I believe that the mayoral position should be on a rotated basis each year. Steve Allen, 451 Olympus Drive. Dear Dee Dee, first of all, I'd like to congratulate on the fine job you're doing in the town council. You have demonstrated a real understanding of the issues and solutions facing Juno Beach. This is the year of the woman. Juno Beach is ready for new blood like you. I urge you to do the right thing and vote for a woman mayor. Thanks for all the hard work. Miss Beverly Gibble, 451 Olympus Drive. Ms. Halpern, thank you for your most informative newsletter. Your work and dedication are very visible, and I want to absolutely congratulate you on a great first year. I especially appreciate you clarifying the many issues involved in running our beautiful town. In particular, I only just learned how our officials are chosen, which has been unbeknownst to so many. While Mayor Hasselcorn has served so well for a long time, perhaps someone else should be given a chance at this point. I think the majority of the people would like to see new faces and abilities come before. Perhaps an experienced woman would bring the best energy and abilities to our local government. It's time for a more modern, enlightened approach to decision-making. Thank you for being that voice on the council. Michael Clargen.
I have two comments. One on the election. It's entitled Full Transparency and Accountability in Open Government. Addressing that one first, I would like to thank Alexander Cook for being elected town council member and the exemplary campaign that was carried out I've noticed, and other residents in the past have noticed, that in the past few years, existing council members medal or canvass or support other candidates. And I would like to support a resolution by the council members, council members of Juno Beach, to prohibit the endorsement or canvassing of existing council members to other candidates. And this is to safeguard and to guarantee the elections in conjunction with the Palm County Board of Elections, to safeguard the integrity of elections. The other comment is entitled Master Ecological Goal, and it has to do with one of the points that Alexander Cook presented in his thank you all note, being proud of and being for conserving and preserving this piece of paradise that we have here, but alerting to the town that this paradise that we have is subjected to a great deal of pollution, and that methods are required to regenerate the environment in which we live. For example, a master ecological goal that will be part of the CDP, the Comprehensive Development Plan, giving it a structure, giving it guidance to all the objectives, all the policies, all the goals, and to ensure for future generations the ecological management of the town. That is through a set of ecological principles and methods of operation in the town of Juno Beach, as it is being done in the case of the Pelican Lake greens and grounds, now being in the way of workshops and other methods, other instruments to implement it throughout the town. Thank you very much.
Nancy Wolf.
Nancy Wolf, 1613 East Hemingway Drive. And I echo Councilman Lyons, former Councilman Lyons, Mr. Lyons, on his comments about, we have a lot to do in the town going forward. I want to thank you for your service. I want to thank both candidates for a campaign that was well run, hard fought, and all of that. It takes, I think, a lot of guts to step forward. So I'd like to congratulate both men on running a race that many of us would never step up to. So thank you for that. I also think I just have to say congratulations, Alex. It's democracy is a beautiful thing, peaceful transfer of power. I just think it's great to be here and be witnessing all of this. So I know there's a very full agenda this evening, including a discussion on hiring a new town manager when Mr. Lobello retires, I believe in 2023. I think it's item 16 on the agenda. I recently touched base with one of the sitting council members about how does that work? It's been, 20 years plus since we've hired a town manager. So some of us weren't living in town. Probably some people that might be voting weren't even born yet. So and the answer was that's one of the things that council will discuss and decide upon. So I just wanted to bear in mind that the last time the town of Juno Beach hired a town manager was about 20 years or maybe more ago, and much has happened in the past 20 years. Joe doesn't seem to age, but times are changing and we need to look forward.
Thank you, Nancy.
No, not at all. Sorry, you look great. So good for you.
Thank you.
And, the person that fills this position is likely going to be in that role for longer than any of you sitting on council or P&Z appointees or employees of the town, volunteers and citizens. So we really need to be very thoughtful about how we think about this position. And he or she will witness a very different Florida than what we have seen in the past 20 years. Indeed, the rate of change all around us and sheer numbers of new residents is absolutely dizzying. So I believe that the town needs to do a thorough search for a new manager. This can be exciting and dynamic, a chance to really define what we want, what we need, and gain an informed view on what we think and who we think can best take us into the next 20 years, or at least set that stage. I hope we can attract a broad group of candidates through forming a search committee and/or engaging an outside search firm, and have a very thoughtful and comprehensive view and a professional best practice approach going forward to fill some very big shoes. Thank you.
I received no additional comments.
Okay, does any other member of the public wish to be heard? All right, there being none, we will move on to resolution number 2022-03, selection of town officers, mayor, vice mayor, and vice mayor pro tem. Town Attorney Rubin.
Yes, sir. So a number of years ago, we developed this procedure for nominations. So basically how it works is I will open up the nominations for the office of mayor. The members can make nominations. You can nominate yourself and you can decline a nomination if you wish. So let's go ahead and open up nominations for the position of mayor.
Len, is it okay if I say a few words?
Yeah,
Prior
sure.
to that? First of all, I want to thank everyone for the support that I've received over the years for any official position, but I'm gonna do a little bit of actual campaigning up here, if everyone doesn't mind. I would like to have the nomination for mayor this year, and I'd like to get the support from the 4 other members of council. I think I've always advocated to allow these positions to be rotated. I know that Palm Beach Gardens does this on a regular basis, and it's worked well for them. I think what that does, it allows respect and consideration that I think we should have for each other. The citizens are saying they want a change in leadership on council. We need more collegiality for our town and a way to bring people together, I think. And I feel that if we rotate the position with qualified council members, it will be in the best interest for Juno Beach and for our council. And I have worked diligently for going on 6 years, listened to our citizens and tried to be there for everybody. The mayor is really an ambassador for this town. So I would love to have the opportunity to represent Juno Beach in this capacity. Jason, I know you've held this position for about 6 years now. I would hope you would consider allowing me the privilege and honor of representing this town also by giving me your vote. And also, I'd like to ask for Dee Dee, Elaine's, and Alex's vote also, and a nomination.
So I'm going to nominate myself since we have a few comments that say it's the year of the woman. Juno Beach is a jewel of a town in an enviable position with no debt, clean and safe streets and beaches, a well-run town, and a council and planning and zoning board comprised of citizens who truly care about the town and its future. Juno Beach offers a life of luxury, and we are in this position because our founding fathers and mothers worked together undivided for the betterment of all Juno Beach citizens, not just a few that they agreed with or that they liked. What I've seen in the past few years is hatred and resentment that has resulted in 2 factions of citizens at times, and it saddens me to witness this and even be on the receiving end of false accusations because someone saw me helping a neighbor and decided that it meant I was campaigning for the other side. It's a tragic day when we can't practice love thy neighbor without being maligned for it. I ran for council because I love this town, and I've lived here for 12 years, and I want to defend it from overdevelopment and bad development, because I want to see us grow in a sensible way that works today and creates a solid future for the next generation who will live with our decisions that we make today. Last year, I walked door to door campaigning, and I spoke with hundreds of our citizens and learned that we all want the same thing: controlled development, safe streets, clean beaches, a well-managed town, low taxes, among other things. We have many of these qualities already. And I ask that we take this moment of gratitude to appreciate all that we have. Can we do better? Yes. And the only way we can do better is by uniting for the common purpose of creating smart, forward-thinking policies that are based on facts, data, and a unified vision for our town. We should ask ourselves, what do I want my Juno Beach legacy to be? Do I want to be remembered as someone who fueled division, or do I want to be remembered as someone who brought peace to our town and practiced civility so that life would be better for everybody? Over the course of this past year of my serving on this board, I accomplished a lot of things. I got the don't block the box for COs so that they could pull out of their driveway more easily. I worked with the county to add time to crosswalks at US 1 and Donald Ross Road and by the pier. I reopened dialogue with the TPA, and the list goes on. I've worked very hard, and people have said I'm the swing vote, and I'm the swing vote because I've tried to be the most neutral, the most unbiased, the most caring, the most considerate, and the most thoughtful, and also have done the most research. So I'm asking for my fellow counselors to consider me for the position of mayor. Thank you.
All right. On the heels of those two comments, I have a question for our town attorney who
Yes, sir.
Oversees this procedure. If I understand it, I guess let me pose do it in the form of a hypothetical. If hypothetically, Peggy were to receive a nomination and 2 votes, and if hypothetically I were to receive a nomination and 2 votes, Dee Dee also now being a nominee, how would that proceed, Mr. Town Attorney?
Well, in the procedure, so if there's more than 2 people and there's 2, 2, and 1, then the 1 drops out and then it becomes between the people, the 2 council members that receive 2 votes.
So hypothetically, if I follow that hypothetical then to the end, I see that as a situation where, yes, Dee Dee essentially is in essence a swing vote, but it's also, we're back to the divisiveness that we potentially have. So with that, I am going to, if in fact anybody were to nominate me, I would respectfully decline the nomination. Are there any other nominations?
Right, are there any other,
I'll nominate Peggy.
okay, nominate for Councilmember Wheeler? Any other nominations? So Councilmember Halpern, Councilmember Wheeler. Going once? All right, we'll close the nominations. Caitlin, do you want me to do it or do you want to go down the line? Okay, well then, so now how we're going to do it is you're going to go down the line and you'll cast your vote for either Councilmember Halpern or Councilmember Wheeler. We'll start with you, Councilmember Hasselcorn.
Yes, Dee Dee Halpern.
Peggy Wheeler.
Myself, of course.
Councilmember Kotranakis.
I'm going to nominate Dee Dee.
I accept.
Okay, well, Councilmember Halpern is now Mayor Halpern. And Dee Dee, you get to take over the rest of the procedure.
Boy. Do I need, can I stay here or do I need to move?
Do you guys want
I
to?
think we move at the end.
All right, we'll move at the end. So, yeah, so basically you'll open nominations for vice mayor.
Oh, boy. Thanks, Caitlin. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your vote. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item number 6.
We have to do
No, we're
vice
going to do
mayor.
vice mayor now.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Oh,
It's
boy.
gonna
I
take
was
a
ready to
little.
move on.
It takes a little bit to get in the flow. Or if you want me to, do you want me to just continue?
can go
Okay, so
for
we'll open nominations for the office of vice mayor from the council.
I nominate Jason as vice mayor. I believe he's done a great job over the years in conducting a thorough and fair and not too long meeting. I appreciate his efforts on behalf of the town. I believe he's a strong representative for what the town stands for, and I nominate Jason for vice mayor.
Okay, nomination for, do you accept?
Thank you, Dee Dee. I'm going to respectfully decline, and I would nominate Elaine Kotranakis.
Councilmember Kotranakis, do you accept?
I accept.
Okay, so we
Um,
have one nominee thus far,
I'll nominate Peggy for vice mayor.
and Councilmember Cook nominates Councilmember Wheeler. Any other nominations? Okay, we'll close nominations. We'll go down the same way. Jason,
Yes, Elaine?
Elaine, Alex.
Peggy.
Peggy,
Peggy.
Peggy,
Myself.
Elaine, Mayor,
I'm going to vote for Elaine.
Elaine. Okay, so Councilmember Kotranakis is now Vice Mayor Kotranakis. Vice Mayor Pro Tem, same procedure, open nominations.
I nominate Peggy for Vice Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Wheeler. Any other nominations? Council, no? All right, we'll close nominations and Councilmember Wheeler is now Vice Mayor, still Vice Mayor Pro Tem Wheeler. Okay, so I'll go ahead and read the title of the resolution and we'll go ahead and formalize this process. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Juneau Beach, Florida, appointing the Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Vice Mayor Pro Tem for the upcoming year and providing for an effective date, with Dee Dee Halpern as Mayor, Elaine Kotranakis as Vice Mayor, and Peggy Wheeler as Vice Mayor Pro Tem. Need a motion. Motion.
We need a
Anybody?
motion
Make a
to,
motion.
So motion by Councilmember Kotranakis. Do I have a second?
Second.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, everybody? Okay,
And now the musical chair starts.
now the musical chair starts and I'm done. It's all yours, Dee Dee. So you're gonna move.
So
Comments, Dee Dee?
Not going that far.
All the men on one side. Never Joe.
you have too many things,
Got everything?
almost except the gavel.
You're up.
If you could let me.
I would love to help.
Now it's item number 6, consent agenda. Okay. I'll help you.
Higher.
Need those. I can't help you with that.
Okay, item number 6 on the agenda is
We have a motion for consent.
motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to consider to approve the consent agenda.
I'll
All in
second.
favor?
You need a second.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jason seconded.
Jason seconded.
Okay.
okay. Aye.
Aye.
Number 7, just pass it over to Frank.
Okay, agenda item number 7, Frank Davila. And we're talking about the update on complete streets options from the town's traffic engineer, Brian Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you. So item 7 is a discussion on complete streets and sidewalks, more specifically the Ocean Drive side of sidewalks. So in the memorandum, we spoke about both subjects. I'm going to split them up for the presentation, and then Mr. Kelly, the town's traffic engineer, is here to answer any questions that council may have. So to begin with complete streets, At the January Town Council workshop, council gave consensus to engage the town's traffic engineer to enhance bicyclist and pedestrian safety, which are two of the components of the complete streets concept for both Universe Boulevard and Donald Ross Road, east of US Highway 1. Mr. Kelly has provided multiple options, as you can see on attachment 1, for Universe Boulevard, and he will also be providing an update on Donald Ross Road. Regarding the crosswalks, back in December 2020, council discussed the possibility of installing crosswalks on Ocean Drive, more specifically, the implementation of a crosswalk at Atlantic Boulevard and Ocean Drive, that specific intersection. At that time, council decided to hold off on the conversation and the discussion until the Ocean One crosswalk had been completed. Early last month, February 7, 2022, the Ocean One crosswalk was completed and received its final approval by Palm Beach County. Recently, staff received an inquiry regarding possible concerns at this same intersection. The town engineer and staff visited the intersection, and due to the possible safety concerns and previous interest of having a crosswalk at this intersection, the town engineer is providing a conceptual plan for the proposed pedestrian path. That is attachment number 2. At this time, Mr. Kelly can go over those attachments, and after that, we can do a Q&A. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the record, Brian Kelly, traffic engineer with Simmons and White. So what we did is, at the town's direction, looked at Universe Boulevard from a complete street perspective. And if you recall from when the TPA was in here a couple of months ago, complete streets is kind of a catch-all term. So it doesn't necessarily mean it's a road diet or you're adding 7-foot bike lanes and enhancing sidewalks. It can be any number of things where you're enhancing pedestrian and bicyclist ability to travel more freely, more safely. There's a current project right now, a drainage improvement project on Universe Boulevard. And so that was a good opportunity to look at, well, what can we do here? Especially there may be an opportunity to do something that is not a great enhancement of cost from what is already going on with that improvement. So what I've done, prepared a couple of different typical sections for Universe Boulevard to get some feedback on. So we'll start with the slides that are in front of you. I hope they're on your screen. I'm going to assume they are. The top section is the existing section of Universe Boulevard. So right now you'll see there's a 5-foot sidewalk. There's swales on both sides, and there are 2 12-foot travel lanes. Then you have a landscape median in the center of the road. What you will notice is there is not any curbing on the road, and there is not any existing bicyclist lanes. So this is the typical section throughout Universe Boulevard. On the north side, there is a couple of right turn lanes that are present now, westbound right turn lanes. So the first alternative, if we go back to the previous slide, I apologize, I didn't get to that first one. So the first alternative is really, I would call my preferred alternative, but there's some pros and cons with each of them. So the second one, we'll see alternative 1 on the bottom of the screen. This proposed alternative is an 8-foot sidewalk on the north side of the road. So we are already, as part of the drainage improvement project, tearing up that sidewalk to add a drainage pipe along it. So that sidewalk is going to have to be torn up anyway. So what is being proposed here is an enhancement of that sidewalk from 5 feet to 8 feet. Along with that, what we're proposing are called bike sharrows. So this is a little bit different than a bike lane. You don't see these throughout Palm Beach County, but you will see them in certain sections. The one place that I'm most familiar with them is they're on Quadro Boulevard in West Palm Beach. DOT is proposing this at a number of locations. So what is a sharrow? So it's a little bit different than a bike lane. It's a little bit larger of a marking on the road. You can see it on the typical section there. It's about 9 feet tall and a little bit over 3 feet wide. The purpose of them is for a couple of things. It provides guidance for bicyclists on the road to kind of find their positioning on where they're supposed to be. And it also provides better awareness for motorists driving on the road. So the requirements, the typical spacing requirements for these, you put them about every 250 feet. You wouldn't put these at locations where there are already shoulders or bike lanes. It'd be redundant. And that's where the actual bicyclist would be. So this would be sharing the existing lane. So it would help motorists or bicyclists find their spot on the road, make motorists more aware of it. This is a very simple improvement. It's not very costly. You're simply just adding striping, but this is in lieu of actually doing a bike lane. So this is kind of a very cost-effective approach. Is there a tremendous benefit from doing this? You know, you're not adding a whole new bicyclist lane, but it does provide some safety and awareness. So it is a net benefit, particularly from a cost perspective. Let's go to the next slide. So alternative 2, which is on the top of the screen, that one is very similar to the one I just discussed. The only difference for this is we're adding an 8-foot sidewalk now on the south side of Universe Boulevard. So we have an 8-foot sidewalk on the north side, an 8-foot sidewalk on the south side, along with the bike trails that are on the road. So that's really the only difference, is that south side. Now, this is certainly you know, an enhancement even from the previous one. However, as part of our drainage improvement project, we are not touching that south side of the sidewalk. So we would be completely tearing that up. It would be kind of a whole new cost to incorporate this. And with all what we would be doing with this, you know, we are losing impervious areas along the roadway. So there possibly would have to be some drainage enhancements along with it particularly if we did both sidewalk improvements. The final alternative is alternative 3, which is on the bottom right there. And so this one's a little bit different than the bike share. So what we're doing here is we're still showing the 8-foot sidewalk on the north side of Universe Boulevard. But what we're actually doing is a little bit of a roadway narrowing. So we're taking the existing 24 feet of asphalt on the road and taking it down to 2 10-foot travel lanes and adding a 4-foot bike lane on the roadway. So we'd actually be adding a bike lane on Universe Boulevard. So certainly this is a benefit because we're actually adding a bicyclist lane. You can have 10-foot travel lanes. This one certainly is much more costly because what we would need to do is really mill and resurface the entire Universe Boulevard. So that'd be a complete additional expense for the town to incur if they want to do this. Additionally, it would be a little bit tight driving either a bike or a vehicle on that because we'd only have a 4-foot sidewalk and and 10-foot travel lane. So it would feel a little bit constricted, but you also may get a little bit of traffic calming benefit from it as well from that perspective. So those are the alternatives that we prepared for Universe. Obviously, there's any number of scenarios that could occur, but this is certainly kind of a guide on some low cost benefits that we could do for that road that would enhance pedestrian and bicyclist safety. Frank, do we want to go to Atlantic or?
Well,
questions and answers?
let's stay on this one. Yeah.
You want to stay on this one? Okay.
Mayor, can I make an observation? I'd like to give you an observation. Obviously, I spent a lot of time on Universe and over the years. And what I've noticed is a lot of people do use the sidewalks there for bicycle traffic. So don't think of that 8-foot path as just for pedestrians. You're going to have people using that 8-foot path for bicycles and for walking. So just want to let you know that that doesn't exclude you from riding your bike, which a lot of people do on that street, riding your bike on that sidewalk. I just wanted to add that.
Yes. Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up because just because we're showing the bike trails on the roadway, first of all, the bike trails wouldn't be required if the town decided not to do it. And even if they're included there, that doesn't preclude bicyclists from using the sidewalk. Exactly.
Should we take public comments on this item or wait till we cover each of them?
It's not a bad idea to take public.
Yeah,
comment.
if we have public comments on any of these road items.
On Universe.
Caitlin?
Ken Craig.
Good evening, council members and town manager Lobello. My name is Ken Craig. I reside at 605 Universe Boulevard in Juno Beach. Recently, Councilwoman Wheeler asked if I would gather comments from the Waterford residents concerning the implementation of complete street design for the Universe Boulevard. Unfortunately, due to commitments, I could not complete this request, but tonight I am addressing you with my personal comments. Universe Boulevard is a half-mile-long connector between Ellison, Wilson, and US 1, which provides access to several residential communities and the Upfield office complex. While it may seem like a good candidate for a complete street redesign, There are numerous questions as to the practicality of implementing such changes. Let's look at each junction at each end of Universe Boulevard. I'm particularly concerned with the intersection of Universe Boulevard and US 1. The existing northwest corner bike lane on US 1 falls between the southbound traffic lane and a right turn lane. Consider the peril of a bike rider stopping at a red light with cars on the left and cars turning right onto University Boulevard, particularly during morning rush hour. Additionally, bike riders wanting to turn right onto Universe Boulevard must cross the turning lane. The proposed designs must end at the Juno Beach right-of-way. So it does not include the right-of-way on US 1. The complete street program designed for this intersection has not been designed. How do we know that the proposed designs for Universe Boulevard will mesh with the US 1 design? Now let's focus on Universe Boulevard and Ellison-Wilson intersection. Again, the proposed Universe Boulevard designs stop at the Juno Beach right-of-way. There are no bike lanes nor a completed streets designed for Ellison-Wilson. Bike riders wanting to turn north at the intersection have no bike lanes to turn into. I'm going to add some comments on the proposed designs. Alternates 1 and 2 both have shared traffic lanes. I would be opposed to any plan with shared lanes because of the increased peril to the bicycle riders. Alternate 3 is the better plan. However, there is concern for the impact of the construction on the large oak trees along that road. Again, and the reduction of the widths of the traffic lane does not seem like a good idea. Prior to decisions to construct one of the proposed complete street designs, the following questions should be addressed. 1, proposed designs show cross sections through the street at locations where there are no driveways, no driveway access points. What will the design look like at these points, particularly at the turning lanes into the FPL site? Will cars turning in the FPL driveway cross the bike lanes? 2, who's responsible for the construction costs for the driveway crossings of the proposed bike lanes and sidewalks? 3, when will US 1 and Wilson design and Ellison Wilson designs be available, and what is the projected construction schedule? 4, why would Juno Beach design and construct a 1.5 mile road to facilitate bicycle and pedestrian traffic when there are inadequate junctions at either end of this road? Designing the complete street version for Universe Boulevard is timely, considering the impended sewer upgrade for the street. However, the design may have to be modified once the US 1 and Ellison Wilson designs are completed. Construction of the Universe Boulevard design should be deferred until US 1 and Ellison Wilson Street complete streets designs are constructed. Understand there is grant money available to do this. Just want to add one last thought. Last time I was offered something free, I realized I could not afford it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Craig. Would you submit those comments if you could to Caitlin? Because I think those are great questions and we'll take a closer look at those as we consider this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Are there any other public comments?
Not that I received.
Comments from council? Alex, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I'll happily chime in here. I mean, I'm looking at the map here and pretty beautiful sidewalk on Universe Boulevard already, on both sides, pretty spread out. I reiterate what Ken said. You know, you got a street there that dead ends on Ellison Wilson and US 1. You're going to be bike riding up and down there. Seems kind of pointless. If you want to do bike lanes and things like that, it seems to make a lot more sense on Ocean Drive. You know, the Universe Boulevard is a very short road. Ellison Wilson, we only control, I think, a block of it. So, you know, we can't enforce much over there, so we can't plan too much there. So I mean, great idea in theory, but I don't see the benefit to us in the long run.
Thank you. Jason?
I see 1 and 2, alternatives 1 and 2 being very similar. I don't think we're making a whole lot of change with either one of those options. 3 with the dedicated bike lane and smaller lanes, I guess, is a more significant change, but not one that I think is necessarily being driven by demand. So I would say at this point, it's whether I would want from a cost benefit standpoint. I'm not sure how much benefit and to Alex's point, I don't know how much more benefit we really get out of alternatives 1 or 2. If the professionals are looking at that and they're perceiving some additional benefit, I'd like to know about it. And then I'd like to know what our potential cost could be.
Thank you. Peggy?
I think the same thing as Jason. I think we really do need to get a cost on this. And I would like to see those bullet points also and take a look at that to, just to go through it a little bit. I think we're obviously a little premature to make any decisions on this. I would love to hear more from the stakeholders and what their thoughts are. I did have a question about lowering that lane from a 12-foot traffic lane to a 10-foot traffic lane. And I know you said that, Mr. Kelly, that it slows down traffic a little bit. Is there a negative to just you're reducing that, or is there more of a negative to that, or what's your opinion?
For a road like Universe Boulevard, there's not a huge negative. I mean, it does slow vehicles down just by having the lane lines closer. You physically feel restricted. So that does help. That certainly helps slow vehicles down. When you have a higher speed, higher volume roadway, it's not something you would want to do, and there would be a negative with that. But for Universe Boulevard, there's not a huge negative.
And then, since I am not actually traveling on that road as much as I do on Ocean Drive, we do have a lot of traffic, and Ken, maybe you might be able to help me with this, or anyone else that travels that, Jason, you might be able to. We have a lot of the bicyclists that are actually on the sidewalk, I think, versus, because that's the only place they have to go to bike, to get.
They can still use the road. So whether they're sharers or not, bicyclists are still allowed to travel on the road. Whether they actually do and whether the sharers encourage them is maybe a little bit of a different story. But yes, I mean, they're currently using the sidewalk mostly.
Right. And so, but the road is not striped as a bicycle lane.
Correct.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily dedicated for that. So that's okay. But I think that at this stage that we need to get a little bit more information also before I feel comfortable proceeding, at least.
Elaine? Thank you, Peggy.
Well, I'm not going to reiterate what was said previously. Obviously, I agree we need more information. My one thought was, since we're going to be tearing up, you said the north side sidewalk?
Yeah, correct.
Can we not expand that sidewalk and include a bike path alongside it?
So
And take it off the road? Because I agree that I do not think we should make the roads smaller. So that was my thought.
Understood. And I think that was really the intent of what I was trying to do, particularly with alternative 1, where we're tearing up the existing 5-foot sidewalk, putting an 8-foot sidewalk in there enhances the ability for bicyclists, pedestrians, makes them more comfortable on there. So that kind of is serving as a little bit of a bike lane by itself right there. We really can't go too much larger than 8 feet because of those turn lanes. We're already going to have some curb in that section if this were to move forward. So about 8 feet's about our limit. You may be able to stretch another foot or so. And certainly if the bike sharrows went away, then you could still just have that 8-foot sidewalk on the north side.
Thanks. And my question is, why do we need so much sod? Is there a reason why we have a 14-foot section in alternative 3? We have 11-foot wide sod, and then we have 14-foot wide. Is there a reason why we wouldn't minimize the sod and expand the lanes?
So that certainly is an option where you could do, you could keep the bike lane, you could keep the travel lanes at 12 feet and just make the bike lanes go further out, or vice versa, keep the travel lanes at 10 feet and make a wider sidewalk. The downside to that is those are drainage swales. We don't have curbing along there, so we really do need that for drainage. So we're limited on what we can do, and obviously that cost would go up quite a bit. With the scenarios I presented, I was trying to keep the cost as low as possible so that it wasn't a huge change from the existing situation.
Okay, thank you. Have you looked at these cost-wise in terms of the grants that are available from TPA to see if one of these fits into any of those grant buckets they have?
So there's a procedure with that. We haven't really gone fully down that, but because it is a complete street project, it would kind of fit into some of those opportunities. For example, expanding the sidewalk and just the sharrows on the alternative one, that it's considering the overall cost of the drainage improvement, it's really not changing very much what that construction would be. And if you didn't want the sharrows, that could certainly go away. But if we were to do the alternative 3, where we're actually doing the mill and resurface a little bit more a little more costly, then that's something probably want to go down with the TPA as far as getting some kind of grant.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any?
Yeah,
Thoughts, Jeff?
yeah, I would like to add also that if you go down that road, that would add years to the project, where this drainage project, we'd like to get it done within the next couple of years. So just wanted to remind you all of that. And also the 8-foot sidewalk that he's recommending also connects to the crosswalk on US 1. So just, it makes sense to have an 8-foot on there because that's where the crosswalk is that crosses US 1.
The other thing I was thinking in terms of complete streets and, where does this lead? And it sort of dead ends in Ellison Wilson. I'd also like to speak to the county about whether or not they have any plans in the future to enhance Ellison Wilson. I know there's been speeding complaints from people living in those neighborhoods, and Ellison Wilson has some bike lane on the east side, but not on the west side. So I'm wondering if the county would eventually help us out in some way by helping us create a true complete street with the goal of it wrapping around to Donald Ross eventually and make it a bikeable area. Since we have our natural areas in the middle, it would be a nice way to do a bike tour around the natural areas even, so that's something I'd be curious about. So we need to move this forward. How do we move this forward? Is anybody interested in seeing additional information or?
I can make a suggestion.
Yes.
If we can take one out, one of the options would, and I would recommend option 3, taking
Most
out.
expensive.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you take that one out, I would love to take the option 1 and 2 and take it to the shareholders of that roadway. That would be the next step. And tell them time is of the essence because we're planning and we're getting a permit for the drainage project as we speak. And as you all know, the grant was approved and we should be awarded in the summer. So I would like to take this out to the stakeholders in that community, show them option 1 and 2 if you delete number 3, which I hear that you want to, because those painted things on the roadway are not required, as Mr. Kelly said. So some people think they're nice and some people think they're actually confusing because some people say you have to ride your bike in the street. No, that's not what that means. It means you have the option of riding in the street or on that beautiful 8-foot sidewalk. So just to give you some reference, the 8-foot sidewalk is what we have on Pelican Lake, and that is also used as a bicycle and a pedestrian path. So to give you some reference to what an 8-foot path looks like.
Do we need to make a motion to have staff meet personally with the residents of the Waterford, Ocean Trace?
Just the consensus would be great if you go with my recommendation on how to proceed.
Do we have a consensus for Joe to continue? Oh, should we take more comments? Ken, yes?
Because I'd love to answer all Ken's questions too.
Yeah, they're important.
I would ask the question, why have you eliminated option 3?
I was just,
Please, let me finish. If you go into the stakeholders, you have 3 options there. 2 of them include a share lane. I think they should give all 3 options if you're going to go do this.
okay.
Okay, we can start with all 3 and then whittle it down and see what.
The
we
only
arrive
negative
at.
to option 3 is it's very costly and there's no way we're going to get granting because as you know, the TPA takes years. So that's why
Yeah.
that's the negative, but it's up to you all if you want to eliminate 3 or keep it in. But it puts a more complexity into it because unless you pay for it, the granting is not going to happen within a year or 2.
Okay, thank you. Nancy?
I have 3 things to say. obviously, I think fixing our draining issues for the people who live in town has to be kind of job one, no matter what else is being done. So I'd like to see that move forward. Secondly is, I'm not exactly sure what we're trying to solve. And that kind of ties into the third, which is that the Ocean Trace and the Waterford are not the only stakeholders. We have property at the Preserve at Juno Beach, right at the corner of US 1 and at Bay Colony. So I drive down Universe, 15 times a day, and I don't see the problems that we're trying to fix. The bicyclists, frankly, are more adept than most of the drivers. Most moms would not send their kids running across US 1 to go to the beach. I don't see that. So I just don't know what we're trying to fix.
Can I answer that?
Okay, thank you, Nancy.
Can I answer that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy. Just want to comment on Nancy's comment. Actually, that's exactly what staff believed when we observed the road and went out there, that the road is in really good shape. It's very functional for all types of transportation. So this 8-foot path is just a little bit of an enhancement, but we were very satisfied the way pedestrians, bicyclists, and cars are moving on that roadway.
So you didn't think there was an added need for a division of those services?
And Mr. Kelly can agree or disagree with that, but staff felt that way.
Sure, and that's why this isn't none of these alternatives were necessarily major overhauls. They were kind of incremental improvements.
Okay.
But when we decide who pays for it, it's not insignificant.
It won't be correct.
This would be,
The gentleman's comment, I've never met a free lunch I could afford.
yeah. So do we still have a consensus to move this forward in any way? Or do
I
we,
think the only option is to keep 3 in or not. I guess that's the only option that I heard.
or to not move it forward at all?
Well, we have to move something forward because again, we're moving forward on that drainage project. So
So let me ask you, at the drainage project, we're tearing up the sidewalk anyway.
on the north side, we're tearing up that sidewalk. It'll be
Okay.
completely removed.
So can't we just enlarge that sidewalk and
Yes,
create?
very, as Mr. Kelly said, it's very inexpensive to go from a 5-foot to an 8-foot. It's not a big deal.
So
And
then,
would-
so then can we not just do that? And that, just, because this all started with the talk of, complete street programs and connecting our community east to west. I myself and my family ride Universe all the time to go to the park back and forth, through Juneau Isles, whatever, it's a connector. So I don't know if there's a huge need, but at least if we're going to rip it up anyway, let's make it easy and safe.
Well, you always have that option of just saying, let's just do option 1. And when we get ready to do the drainage project and this little improvement of the sidewalk expansion, we're going to have a meeting with the stakeholders again anyway.
Right.
So because it's going to be a major ordeal to tear up that street the way we are tearing it up. So what you're saying, I believe, is just go with option 1. And when we explain the drainage project, we can explain the sidewalk enhancements.
Without the sharrows. So it'd be alternative 1 without the bike lane sharrows.
Well, it's an inexpensive option where you can explain the positives and negatives to that better than I can.
So
So
how do
that's,
we-
so I guess
how do we move forward? Does anybody want to give a consensus on a direction for staff?
Let's go back to typical 1 and typical 2 for just a second. So when you're suggesting
one is the 8-foot sidewalk
typical
on,
1,
on
it
the
still
north.
has the 8-foot sidewalk on the north side.
Right.
The typical 2 has the 8-foot on both sides. So why, there's the swale there that we have to consider.
And
the
we weren't
increased
planning on
cost.
ripping up that sidewalk.
Right. Do we have any idea of cost on either the difference between these, I guess? I think that might be beneficial, and maybe to the benefit of the Waterford, we should at least show a cost on typical 3 so that they have that. And at least know. that this-
If we take 1 and 2 to them, we can have cost. I mean, we can figure the linear feet and how much that would cost, but that would possibly, he said, reconfigure the drainage because you're reducing the swale area or the pervious pavement. So that might change the drainage. Is that what you said?
It's possible. We would certainly have to study that to make sure.
So it opens a lot of other boxes.
I think we need costs on all three. Let's just throw it out there. Costs on all three, which grants would apply to each of the three? And
There's no grants.
there's no grants for any of these.
Because it would take, remember, TPA takes
Okay,
5
so
years.
that-
And the
that's
window
it.
is not going to happen with grants. So this is our roadway. It's not a county roadway. It's not a state road. It's the town's road. So I don't see, unless you disagree with me.
Only for 3 you would want to, but I agree, it would take quite a while, and I don't think that's something that's.
And what's the time
I've
frame
got
for the
a-
drainage work at this point?
Just so you know, I have a large sinkhole as we speak, so that I'm putting a patch on. So we're moving forward on this because it's an emergency.
But the groundbreaking for the majority of the project?
Yes, it's an emergency that we fix that drainage because it is sinking. The pipe is collapsing all over the place. So we're going forward. That would be my recommendation. We got the $1 million grant, up to $1 million. We're very happy with that. It's a 50% grant, if you haven't heard that, from the federal government. And we're very happy with that. So we recommend going forward. I think 1 and 2 make sense to us. I like 1 better. I agree with our professional that's saying, go with number 1. But if you want me to take it to the stakeholders, I can do that too.
This would be the perfect thing for a charrette. You know, something where everybody could also hear each other's feedback, some kind of survey. You know, whether you want to go individually to each community or put together a survey so that we can then tally everybody's very specific input.
How we would do it on normally something like this, because there's so many stakeholders, is we would have a 3 o'clock workshop and invite everybody to meet the staff and the engineer and go over 1 and 2. And we would explain Mr. Kelly, hopefully, not me, would explain the benefits of 1 and 2 and the differences and then get their input and we bring it back to you.
And of course, we probably want to do a separate event for the Waterford, you know, maybe do something on premises there.
This is not a Waterford issue. This is an issue for the residents that live on both sides and the end of the street. So don't hook this into the Waterford.
Okay. No, I just was
And
being
the-
respectful of your thoughts.
And the second issue is we keep going back to option 1 and 2 and eliminating 3. And I want to repeat the comment that was made earlier. We have a solution. Now let's find the problem. What happens if we don't do this? Why are we pushing forward for something that we can't seem to give a definition of why it's needed?
Anybody else on council have any thoughts on this? Do we have a consensus to move it forward? Do we want to do any improvements while we're fixing the drainage, or do we just want to repave the road as it is with no changes at all?
If we look back on where this started, it started with the complete streets on US 1. This came into play because additional streets were starting to be added to this, which we didn't necessarily have to put into that pot, so to speak. And if everyone is happy with the street and we don't need to spend that money, which, you know, obviously you could go out and you can look at some of the other stakeholders and who's there, but it sounds like people are satisfied with what they have. And to continue to move this forward and even have that additional expense, again, I don't know the cost of this. And if we're talking peanuts to expand the sidewalk, you know, when we are doing that side of the street, the north side of the street, then maybe that's beneficial and we should do that because we're going to have to replace that sidewalk anyway. But it sounds like it's not necessary from at least what I've heard so far, anyone's standpoint of trying to, you know, make something into this that we don't really need to at this stage.
Staff agrees. We like 1 and we think it's a good solution.
So
So then how about I make a motion to
move forward with,
move forward
Item
with
1.
option 1 without the bike swale, Sharrow, and just extend the sidewalk just a little bit when it's getting
That's
repaved
option 1.
anyway.
Yep.
Can I go back to, Ken, I'm sorry, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? If we were to bring everything, and I know this is not a Waterford issue, but if everything was brought in, you'd want to see all three typicals. But if we are just doing something that's widening the street, then that's something that's more acceptable, because if it doesn't need to be changed, don't do it kind of attitude. Is that what I'm hearing? I want to make sure I understand that completely. So what, I'm sorry, widening the sidewalk. So it would go from a 5-foot.
You'll have to speak
Would
into
you
the
just go to the
microphone.
microphone, please?
Back to the mic.
Remember now, I'm only speaking for myself,
Right.
but if you want to widen the sidewalk as part of the sewer project, widen the sidewalk.
Right.
That's fine. The question really is sharing bike lanes, doing this major project
Right.
on a street it reminds me of the bridge in Michigan that went nowhere. We're back with, if US 1 was designed and Ellison Wilson was designed, I'd have absolutely no problem with what you're doing. But if you want to widen the sidewalk as part of the sewer project, good, let's do it.
And that's the thought about talking to the county about their future plans for Ellison Wilson, because we wouldn't want to hold back on something and then find out that it's in the county's plans to actually do some kind of connectivity on Ellison Wilson. And then we've lost out an opportunity to incorporate an improvement into a road that was being improved anyway. So I think we need to speak with the county and their plans and make it more cohesive. And that could possibly change something. Or a willingness to invest a little bit more if the county is tying it in.
The next one, we talk about the county.
Okay.
thing, so.
All right.
We have a motion.
So we have a
There's
motion.
a motion. I made a motion.
Do we have a second? No.
Let me understand what the motion is, just so we got a little taken
The
off track
motion to
want me to
move
repeat it?
forward with a public outreach on item 1?
No, my motion was to proceed with option 1 without the bike lane and just enhancing the sidewalk when it's going to be.
Without the bike symbols.
Yes.
Without the bikes, churros.
So essentially, the motion is to just add just expand the,
One sidewalk.
just the one side, as Mr. Craig summarized. I have no objection to that. I mean, I don't know if we need a motion. I think we just needed a consensus.
Yes,
But there is a motion.
but there is a motion, so
So do you want to withdraw the motion?
Then you could withdraw the motion, or I'll second it if it's just adding the 3 feet to the walkway after the
Thank you.
project is completed.
Is that what you needed? Is that good?
no, now there's the
There's
second,
a
so you have
motion
to
and
have
a
a vote.
second. so we
All
need
in
a vote.
favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to talk about Atlantic Boulevard.
No, we're going to talk about Donald Ross Road. Yeah,
Oh, that's right.
Donald Ross Road East. Not this one yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't,
Ignore that.
you can ignore that for a second. That's okay. It'll be a quick discussion. So Donald Ross Road, one of the other items that I was asked to look at as besides Universe Boulevard was Donald Ross Road, east of US 1. And right now it's a 2-lane section. There are sidewalks on both sides. There are no bike lanes. West of US 1, you do have bike lanes. There's some topography, there's some elevation issues, certainly on the south side. This is Donald Ross at this location is a county road, so county controls and maintains that. The county has no current plans, partially thanks to down at Juno Beach, to widen that roadway. They also don't have any plans to do any kind of pedestrian bicyclist enhancements. It is something that I do believe bike lanes would certainly at this location on Donald Ross Road be a significant improvement. I think there's more people that would utilize it because of the sidewalk. It kind of winds in the elevation on the south side. It makes it problematic for bicyclists to use that sidewalk. Additionally, when there are bicyclists using Donald Ross Road in that section, it kind of can clog the road because then vehicles get stacked up behind them and it's hard for them to go around. So I think this is something I've discussed with town staff. Certainly bicycle lanes would be much more of an enhancement here than Universe Boulevard, particularly because it would have connectivity to the west as well. So with that said, I think the direction that we were looking at is approaching Palm Beach County to try to engage them to see if they would be willing to work with the town on possibly funding, partially funding, or putting that as part of a future project for them to do bicyclist lanes on that section. And if, Joe, if I missed something or left something out on there,
Just
I
my
apologize.
No, excellent job. My observation, I just would like to share my observation. My observation of that road is exactly what Mr. Kelly's saying. When you ride your bike, you're already in a bike lane on Donald Ross west of this area. So when you're going on crossing US 1, you think you want to go on a bicycle lane and there's no bicycle lane. So they travel in the lane of traffic. We've noticed that a lot. The cyclists are traveling in the travel lanes. They're not going on. There is sidewalks on both sides of the street, but one has a topography problem on the south side. The north one is not bad, but it's kind of narrow. So we agree with Mr. Kelly that we would ask you all to, so we can ask the county to incorporate bike lanes there at that location.
I would like to see that happen. Does anybody have any thoughts on that, on Donald Ross? Alex?
I mean, Donald Ross is a high-speed street, just like US 1. I'm not against looking into it, but I would just counter that everything that's operating the way it is already has bike lanes, and you have a bridge there. Donald Ross running down once it hits A1A and Military Trail, people are going 50, 60 miles an hour down there. I think there's a lot more going on before you start putting bike lanes and things in there.
Although you're talking about the segment east of US 1, correct?
Right, we're talking about a small section,
The
not
section,
west.
yeah.
I get that, but again, you're just one little segment. Don't you want, you obviously want to do more if you're just doing one little segment. Or you're just trying to make a circle to Ellison Wilson, but we don't control Ellison Wilson, so there's that problem too.
There's already a bike lane on the west of US 1, so it'd just be providing that connectivity.
Okay.
So.
But Alex is right. There's a switchback there, that sidewalk. It's a mess. We looked at it. The right of way is kind of wide, but it is a mess. You have to see images, or what community is that? CO? No, not CO. It's the one that was
See images?
See images, right? The one there's a right turn lane. See images. See images. There's a right turn lane, so that complicates putting a bike lane in. There's a lot of. It's not an easy ask, but in my opinion, I agree with Mr. Kelly.
Jason?
Yeah, I've, from what Joe said, I would defer to the staff's opinion on this. I don't see any reason to go further than that at this point.
Peggy?
Yeah, I think that we probably do need to look into adding the bike lane. I think that's a well-trafficked stretch, that tiny stretch on the east side of US 1. And I think if that's a possibility, that I would be for doing that. I mean, I'm not sure, Joe, as far as the swales, or Mr. Kelly, you could answer this a little bit better. What are we going to encounter if we do try to extend that road and put in those?
That's going to be part of the challenge. Figure out how to make that work within the existing right of way, whether you need retaining walls, other things with that existing topography.
So the next stage would be to go forward with having you investigate it a little bit further, or just to ask the permission from?
My recommendation would not to him, it's not our roadway. It's just to ask the county that we would like to see bike lanes there.
Right, and let them do the engineering.
And let
on
them
it, right.
put it in there.
Yeah, I would be for moving forward with that aspect.
I agree. I agree with moving forward, asking the county for a bike lane there. Can I add one more thing to ask the county? Heading northbound on Ocean, that the stop sign at Donald Ross and Ocean Drive, people run it all the time. Bikes go by it. I'm less concerned about the bikes, but the cars. People are walking there, coming up off the beach. There's just a lot of commotion. So if we can do something to enhance, improve the safety at that intersection. I'm with you there, yeah. The
Okay,
comment
can we
was
add
Bridget
that?
Mersinski, but
Okay. Thank
Just ask.
Yeah,
there a
yeah,
consensus?
I agree with that. Is there a consensus to have staff and our town engineer look into, speak to the county about installing bike lanes on the east segment of Donald Ross Road between US 1 and Ocean Drive?
I see a lot of-
Anybody?
Yes.
Yes, I see nods, yes.
Yes.
And add the stop sign to look at the safety of that intersection for me? Not for me, for us, for the town?
I just have to see three heads. Yeah, what we do on county roads like that is we did on the other side with the triangle is we asked the county that there's a lot of people not stopping there. And we have the police and Tony, Public Works, give them their insight and then they look at what improvements they can make on their roadway.
Okay,
Is that okay?
yes, thank you.
Is that okay? I see three heads? Yes, okay.
Okay.
We're good on that too. Thank you.
Okay, next, Atlantic Boulevard?
All right, final item, all right. So let's go back to that exhibit. So this is Atlantic Boulevard and Ocean Drive here. So this is just a quick conceptual sketch, and I'll go ahead and explain the scenario here. So we have an existing sidewalk on the west side of Ocean Drive that ends right before Atlantic Boulevard, doesn't actually connect to Atlantic Boulevard. It just kind of connects right to the, or is it right before the driveway? On Atlantic Boulevard now, it's kind of faded. You can't really see it on this existing drawing, but there actually is a pedestrian path that runs all the way down Atlantic Boulevard and actually connects to Ocean Drive on the road. So having a pedestrian path that connects all the way to the intersection does pose a little bit of safety issue, particularly for motorists having to position themselves when they're making that right turn, which is already skewed a little bit. If you're familiar with it, you can kind of see it on the drawing there. So what staff and I discussed, went on the field, looked at, and came up with a plan that could provide some pedestrian safety at this location. And what that is connecting that existing sidewalk on the west side of Ocean Drive, actually providing that connection north, extending it, wrapping it around Atlantic Boulevard, bringing that to the west at some location, right? We just kind of chose halfway for this particular time. We would need to get survey out there to figure out, make the engineering work with the grading. And that way would connect to the existing path that already runs along Atlantic Boulevard, but it'd be much safer because that sidewalk or that pedestrian path wouldn't extend all the way to the intersection. We would be taking them off the road at about that halfway point down Atlantic Boulevard. There'd be a sidewalk right adjacent to the road. It would wrap around to, back around to Ocean Drive. Additionally, as part of it would be the potential adding a crosswalk across Ocean Drive to get to the beach over there. And that's what you can see with the striping right there. To have any, Ocean Drive is a county road, to have any kind of unsignalized pedestrian crossing, the county now does require these pedestrian flashers. So you're familiar with them in certain locations. If this is something that the town wants to do as far as having a pedestrian crossing, it can be done at this location, but those pedestrian flashers would be required. So that's kind of a brief overview of this. This is a very conceptual sketch. I think the direction that we were looking at was to meet with the stakeholders, meet with the shareholders and discuss, whether this is an improvement that they would like to see. To give you a cost figure for this, all in, when you're talking design, construction, it's probably about $75,000. That may be a little bit on the high end, but I'd rather kind of give you an over budget item. So it wouldn't necessarily be too cheap, particularly with those pedestrian flashers. Those can be expensive. Then adding the sidewalk and doing the survey engineering and construction work altogether would probably be about $75,000.
Okay, thank you. Alex, do you have any thoughts on this one?
What is the cost of those pedestrian flashers?
Gotten different quotes, but generally about $15,000 to $20,000 for two of them.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, a solar speed limit meter over there is $3,500 and these are 15 grand?
So that's 15 for two of them. So I mean, 7,500 construct it, put it in,
So you're talking not just the flasher itself, but the whole?
the whole signage configuration, yes.
I mean, I like the idea of the crosswalk, but the flasher seems a little much. I don't know. I mean, and looking at this 75 grand, seems like a lot to just rework put in a sidewalk, put in a crosswalk and stick a couple flashing lights. I don't know. I do like the idea of the crosswalk. I really like the idea of more crosswalks on Ocean Drive. But the flashers are required.
Yes.
Okay. That's about all I have to say on it for the moment.
Okay, thank you. Jason?
Yeah, I tend to agree with Alex's point. I like the potential benefit, but at that cost level, I'm not, unless there's people lined up there and unable to cross, unless we've had accidents there, unless there's been a pattern that staff has identified, it just seems like a lot of money to spend for a small crosswalk, and the flashers are, I mean, it just sounds like a lot. That's all from a cost benefit standpoint.
Can I give my observations? I didn't do
Yeah,
that.
no, sure, Joe. Thanks.
Just to give you the genesis of this, there's floral in the back of this, that walk, there's that path that goes to US 1, and then there's no sidewalks that go through that community. It's this pavement, it's painted pavement that go through that, which is fine. It's private streets. There's not a lot of volume out there of vehicles. Back there, I think it's fine. I mean, but when you're getting close to this intersection, when people are speeding into Atlantic, they're making that turn, you're putting pedestrians on the travel lane, which has some concern from us. And then we got a concern from Mr. O'Reilly, a resident, saying he's seen some near misses because it doesn't make any sense why you have the sidewalk in the street. That's what basically he's saying, which I totally agree. So this would take the sidewalk off the street and put it on a curbed, it's all curbed there, into that swaled area. This crosswalk, which is the majority of that $75,000, is an option. It doesn't have to be done. What we like out of the project, which we think is very beneficial, is in connectivity of sidewalk, which connects that sidewalk to our beautiful park there, and also takes the pedestrians off of the street and gets them up Atlantic Boulevard to a safer spot instead of in the travel lane where people are making turns into that street.
So, Joe, with that in consideration, or Mr. Kelly, what would be an approximate price for doing the Atlantic Boulevard sidewalk and minus the crosswalk?
I mean, you would probably be saving 25,000 doing that, because you wouldn't have the pedestrian flashers, you wouldn't have the MOT work required for that. You're not having the striping on the road. So it'd be a little bit, you wouldn't have the, I guess you'd still have some permitting with Palm Beach County because of the sidewalk, but it would certainly be.
So it's more of a $50,000 project.
Right. And once again, that 75,000, I was trying to be on the high end. It very well could come in under that.
Okay.
But yes, it would reduce it quite a bit.
Thank you. Peggy?
This diagram here is for consideration only it's kind of a preliminary work in progress, I think, because it is a good idea to meet with the stakeholders in there, the people that live on Atlantic Boulevard, Ocean Ridge Way, as well as Floral Drive. I do like the idea of extending the sidewalk. I think that's important because people walk down to the park and then they want to continue down the street, and hopefully eventually we'll have sidewalks on both sides of the street as we move on. I'm not quite sure, Mr. Kelly, why did we stop that sidewalk when you enter Atlantic Boulevard and then you jumped over to the street? What was the reason for that? So you kind of halfway, a little over halfway.
Right. And the further we can get it away from Ocean Drive, the better. As far as that exact location where to end up, that's something that can be further discussed, but it was connecting it to the existing striped sidewalk on the road already for Atlantic Boulevard. So that's why it essentially terminates at a certain location.
All right, but it could be put back, it could be put in the same area. So there was really no reason or implication for having to not, put it in the grassy area, which is existing. So continuing it as it is.
Sure.
Okay. The flashing crossing, we talk about sign pollution a lot. We talk about, things that, we've got a lot of signs going up, but the flashing part of it bothers me a lot, to think that we now are going to have one at Ocean One, but it's my understanding also that that was something that Mr. Frankel agreed to, which is fine. And moving forward with that, that's kind of a dangerous area as you come around that corner. But eventually we could get rid of the flashing light, I understand from staff, correct, Joe? And as people become accustomed to that, that's something to take a look at if we feel like it. But the reason they were looking at a crosswalk here is because we do have an entrance, a bike path or a sidewalk path coming all the way from US 1 through Floral and then around out to to Ocean Drive. We get a lot of residents from the Holiday Inn going through there, a lot of, non-residents really using that street. But I see no reason why we have to have the crosswalk right now. I don't think, people are able to cross and they don't have a problem. I don't know if I would want to put anything with flashing lights on there because I just think it's more, it's not as attractive. It doesn't make that quaint small town charm that we all love. So I'm not sure that I'm in favor of that. And it is a requirement. I thought it was based on volume that we had to have the flashing lights.
So it used to be based on volume for where you could get any kind of crossing. I've spoken to Palm Beach County Traffic on this particular location a couple of times. They are fine with the concept of it, regardless kind of a volume. They know the volume of Ocean Drive. Any kind of unsignalized crosswalk on essentially a county thoroughfare type road, they require these flashers. So they wouldn't permit a crosswalk without the flasher. And in fact, they're doing, a series of them, particularly north of here, where they're actually modifying all those existing ones and adding the pedestrian flasher. So that's a new requirement that they're making. Any kind of upgrade they ever do, any new ones, they're always going to have these flashers.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Elaine.
I think we should just proceed with maybe getting input from the stakeholders in regards to connectivity of the sidewalk and such. I don't like sign pollution. Joe knows this. I've talked to him about all the ones popping up all over. So I think let's hear from the stakeholders in the area. I do like connecting the sidewalks because I just think we need sidewalks all the way down, up and down Ocean Drive. But I think this is more for the staff to go ahead and talk with the stakeholders and maybe not have the crosswalk at this time, but connect the sidewalks.
All right, thank you. I have a question about the signage. I'm also noticing some bright green fluorescent signs. Is that a direction that the county is going? I notice up in Jupiter, some of those. Is there a reason, for instance, why we wouldn't, even if we don't do a crosswalk? Well, no, you can't do any signage, but in general, can you tell me about the fluorescent green signs and how those differ from the yellow?
Right. So those are done to enhance visibility. People are supposed to identify them better, and that's why they're done. They don't have to be done. So that's certainly an option. They're certainly recommended more now for schools to provide additional visibility and pedestrian safety for those areas, but they don't have to be done.
Okay. And I have a question for Matt, but he's in the lobby. Would you have
Matthew?
Matt? It's a funding question, so I'll ask him.
Yes, we would use the federal.
So that's what I was
Yeah,
wondering, if ARPA funds are available?
we would use ARPA. We would recommend ARPA funds for this project. I can answer that.
Thank you.
I could answer that. Yeah.
So either of those can be
But
used.
remember, ARPA's got a shorter time we have to use that, and surtax, we do not have to use them. So there's
So
no
it'd
time
be
limit.
better to use the ARPA because that has
100%.
an expiration date. And what would be the time frame for doing Atlantic Boulevard?
It just matters up to you all. If you want us to do this project and design it, it would take 6 months to get it complete. If you want us to go to stakeholders and show them this, that slows things down. But it's totally up to you.
Well, Peggy, you live off of
Yeah,
that road. Would you
I
like?
think we need to go
I
to the
think it's important,
stakeholders and
right?
take a look at it and see some options because
And I agree with that because there is this painted sidewalk that goes all the way up that's very faded. So we'd like to talk to them about what they want to do with that, to repaint that or not.
So we're looking
their
for a
private street.
consensus to move forward with, have staff and our engineer move forward with Atlantic Boulevard, reaching out to the stakeholders, coordinating a continuous sidewalk that goes to the old town hall park.
Yes. And are you saying eliminating? the
and
cross-
eliminating the
crosswalk?
crosswalk at this time. Would we have a consensus on that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
So the next item on the agenda is item 8, the comprehensive plan. Frank Davila.
Thank you. Len?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and read the title. Ordinance number 746. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Juno Beach, Florida, amending and updating the Town of Juno Beach Comprehensive Development Plan, amending the introductory language for the comprehensive plan and future land use plan, amending the future land use element, the traffic circulation element, the housing element, the infrastructure element, the conservation element, the recreation and open space element, the coastal management element, the intergovernmental coordination element, and the capital improvements element, adopting a new property rights element, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Len. So, council, this is the second reading for ordinance 746, which amends the town's comprehensive development plan. Previously, at the January town council meeting, council directed staff to incorporate the scrivener's changes that were submitted by Mayor Halpern. Subsequently, council approved ordinance 746 on first reading. On February 4th, staff, after making those changes, transmitted the comp plan to the Department of Economic Opportunity, DEO. Since then, staff did receive suggestions from the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, which have already been addressed by staff, and that is part of your backup material. Staff also received a letter from DEO, which included no comments relating to adverse impacts to important state resources and facilities within DEO's scope of review. However, DEO did provide one technical assistance comment, which staff will be addressing in our cover letter back to DEO if this item does get approved. At this time, staff is providing council with the proposed comprehensive plan with the board's, the Planning and Zoning Board's recommended changes, council's scrivener's changes, and the suggestions that were amended that were received by the Treasure Coast. At this time, staff recommends that the town council review and approve on second reading ordinance 746. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Caitlin, do we have any public comments on this?
Not that I received.
Okay, thank you. So comments from council. Alex, do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, we still have to ask the audience.
Oh, anybody in the audience like to make a comment? Nancy?
You have
The
to,
microphone.
I'm
please.
sorry, Nancy. Yeah.
Does this include the event center?
no, ma'am,
No.
this is,
Now, the comprehensive plan, how do you want to just say, it's the, I don't know how you describe it. It's the overarching document. The event center would be something different.
Mhm.
Alex, you can go ahead.
No, I don't have anything on this one at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Jason?
No comments.
Peggy?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank again the Planning and Zoning Board for their review, the comprehensive review of the comp plan, as well as Jack Horniman and staff. I think you guys did a great job. And I know, Frank, that you have incorporated several of those. The DEA has put in their recommendation and suggestions, and you did mention today that there was no objections, which is huge for our town, which is excellent. So that was great. We will be coming back and looking at a possible amendment in the future, because I know I had some things that I was looking at and that I had written down. And I'm going to present those to you, Frank, at a later date. And I know, Dee Dee, you had some areas too that you wanted to suggest. And so I didn't know, and Alex, this would give you the opportunity also to take a look at the comp plan and just review it a little bit. But I don't think there is a rush. We can come back a couple of times a year. Len, I think you said that we have many opportunities. It's not
Yeah.
just down to 2 a year
They've eliminated.
to
the
make
limit.
changes. So I look forward, I know you're busy right now, Frank, but look forward to meeting with you, and we'll go through mine and then maybe make a determination on presenting this to planning and zoning and letting them review it a little bit.
definitely.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have no additional comments.
Okay. Yes, so I had submitted some changes as well, which we can consider at another time. It's important to move this forward at this time. So I'd like to make a motion to approve.
No, you
I'll
can't.
make,
Motion.
okay.
Oh,
You can call
It's
for a
not your job.
motion.
no?
I'll make
have
a
the motion.
motion
Okay.
that the town council
Thank you.
review and approve this on second and final reading ordinance number 746 amended to the Town of Juno Beach Comprehensive Development Plan.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
Okay,
you. Great
thank you.
job, Jack.
Thank you,
Great
Jack.
job,
Thank
staff.
you, Thank you, Frank.
Jack.
And P&Z board members, thank you so much.
Thank you. Jim?
Sorry, Peggy, were you in favor of that?
Yes.
Thank you.
So
Great
next,
job.
so next we have agenda item 9, public hearing and second reading on ordinance number 747, site area development modification option for residential use. Again, Frank.
Thank you. And again, this is the second reading for ordinance 747, the site area development modification option.
Frank.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, right. Ordinance 747, ordinance of the Town Council, Town of Juno Beach, Florida, amending Article 3, District Regulations, Division 14, Commercial General Zoning District of Chapter 34 zoning of the Town Code of Ordinances by amending Section 34-632, site area development modification option to allow for residential uses not to exceed 95% of the total gross floor area, providing for codification, severability, conflicts, and effective date. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Len. So at the January Town Council meeting, Council unanimously approved ordinance 747 on first reading. So just to give you a little bit of a background, back in October 2021, Town Council directed staff to amend this specific section, the development modification option for the commercial general zoning district, to allow residential use projects that meet the special exception criteria to be able to request additional gross floor area in the excess of 75%, which is what we currently have in the code. On January, staff proposed ordinance 747 to provide for the following, which is to maintain the by right or straight zoning regulation for preferred permitted use residential, with the provision that a maximum 75% of the total gross floor area on the site may be used for a residential use. It also provides for additional language to modify the code under a special exception request for a maximum of 95% residential use of the total gross floor area on the site. Just to note that this does not increase the density for any project. And finally, by allowing the additional residential gross floor area, the commercial impact and intensity is reduced, thus meeting the purpose of the preferred uses, which are to encourage an environment which is particularly compatible and complementary to the adjacent residential area. And that's within the commercial general zoning district. Since this is the second reading, staff recommends that the town council consider approving ordinance 747. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Frank. Caitlin, do we have any public comments on this?
Not that I received for this item.
Okay, thank you. Council, Alex, do you?
Again, yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Members of the public, do you have any questions or comments? No, not questions, just comments. No. Okay, Alex.
So I'm not a big supporter of changing this code. I realize people are talking about commercial shrinking, and the problem is a lot of what I see going on here is looking at today and not tomorrow. We open this door, we can't shut it. And 10, 15 years from now, there's going to be a new council up here that's going to come back and look at all of us and say, you know, the world's changed again. We want our commercial space back, and we will have turned it all into residential. I know that it is a special exception only. I get that, but everybody requests a special exception. And you know, frankly, I don't think it's our job to make it any easier for the developers. They come in, they can do what's in the zoning, and they can build it out. And so I realize it's the second reading, but I am against changing this code.
Thank you. Jason?
My understanding was that, and maybe the town attorney can correct me, what I found was attractive of the proposal was that it was permissive and flexible, and it was up to the council on a going forward basis. So to the extent that the economic climate our demographics, our society, those things start to change, we can, future councils could enforce the 75% to the extent they saw a modification that would go to, or I'm sorry, the 25, maybe read it backwards, but otherwise, if the council doesn't see the merit in it, the council can vote against it. And I like the flexibility. I like that it gave it the purview to the council. And that's what I found positive. So.
Thank you, Peggy.
Yeah, and that's the way I understand it also. So I would be in favor of the ordinance. I think, Alex, something that, from a understanding communication standpoint, that knowing that we can do anything from the 5% up to 25%. So let's say the developer comes in, they want to, put in their big development with so many square footage, and we want to control other aspects of the development and they need less commercial space. We can then say, sure, this could happen based on we can give you 10% or we can give you 15%. Make sure I'm understanding this correctly, because this is the way I understand it. But then we can control other aspects of the development, whether it's more green space in other areas, whether it's the architectural standard. So that gives us a lot of flexibility as a council, which is very, very positive from our standpoint. It doesn't mean that we're going to go down to 5%. It doesn't mean, it's all based on what the square footage is. So we'd have to look at each individual development separately and say, okay, this one warrants this, or no, we need more commercial space here. We don't want to just have residential and not have some commercial space. For instance, on US 1 and Donald Ross, we want to see areas that you can go into a coffee shop or a restaurant, and, our residents can feel comfortable that it's part of our community. So it just gives us more flexibility. It's not detrimental to the town. I think it's more of a positive ordinance for the town.
Okay, thank you. Elaine?
I have no additional comments.
Okay, I actually agree with Alex on this. I voted originally in favor and I did more research, and it's not sitting well with me. And I know when something doesn't sit well with me, I have to speak about it. I had reached out to the Business Development Board and got this economic research study here, because people are saying retail is dead, and I don't quite agree. According to the study excerpt, it says increased consumer demand caused by growing population has driven the recovery with retailers existing in the market, expanding their presence, and new to market retailers following migration of customers. Rental rates have increased 9.8%. The strong leasing activity is driving recovery and attracting investors. The net absorption rate is high of the vacancies, and tenants are following the population growth and chasing consumer demand. I agree that if we move forward with this, it may make sense now. 10 years from now, let's say the Thirsty Turtle Plaza decides to redevelop, they could potentially do a 95% residential development there. And then we have two large corners that become primarily residential. Part of what seemed to motivate this was the proposed development on the corner of Donald Ross and US 1, the former Mr. Vucic property. And I guess I feel like, are we doing this to help him? Are we doing this to put more money in the pocket of the developer who stands to earn more money by building and selling residential real estate versus having commercial? I also think that commercial and retail adds to the fabric of a community, whether it's restaurants or shops or little things like that. And even though it's done as a special exception, we run the risk of taking what the language here in the ordinance says is commercial corridor and virtually turning it into a residential corridor. So those are my thoughts.
Dee Dee, and I just want to respond to what you said,
Sure.
because what you're looking at, you can't really put a blanket over it, and say, okay, this is the way it, I think it should be 25%, because you have to look at the square footage. It's all based on the square footage. So there's a lot of retail or a lot of commercial retail in a larger building. So perhaps that's not warranted. So if, what this does, it allows each council based on the market to make that decision. So if they feel that they want to have more commercial retail space in there because the market demands it in this area, then they're going to say, nope, let's do the 25%. It doesn't have to go down to 5%.
I
So
understand.
we're not like limiting the commercial space in our town, but we don't want to get an overabundance of that space either, so that it creates so much more traffic, or that it's not warranted in, as our buildings, or square footage is not that big also. So it's all relative to the particular development. So if I, could offer that to you a
And the
little
other,
bit.
thank you. And the other thing I was thinking, would anybody be interested in negotiating it to 90%, but not just making it so close to the 100% threshold? Is there an advantage to scaling it to 90?
Without
Jason?
commenting on the percentages yet, I think it was, I applaud you for going to get the resource, and we could, certainly point out that they're a quarter, almost two behind. But one of the things on, I'm trying to see which page it is here. It's, can't see if they're numbered, but the submarket breakdown. And it shows that in the North Palm Beach Gardens area, which I think is as close as we can get, it's the lowest rental rates. You've got the most new completions, at least based on this report, and you've got the most inventory. And those things start to, it's simply obviously supply and demand on the pricing side. But to Peggy's point, this isn't for the benefit of in my view, it's not for the benefit of the developer. It's for the benefit of our community and our town. If it gives us an extra tool in the toolbox, it gives our staff an extra tool in the toolbox to address any traffic considerations, to address any other considerations with a potential project. And it also gives future councils, in my opinion, the ability to avoid having what could look like a blight in the community if there's ever a downturn in the economy. You're going to have vacant space that people are going to be passing by. It looks, I don't think that's an attractive look. I don't think that enhances property values for our town. So having that tool in the toolbox, I don't think it's a tool for the developers to really be using. I think some of them may see the merit in residential, some of them may see the merit in commercial, some of them may see the merit in a mix with a percentage that varies, and future councils may have different opinions on that. So that's where I was.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I observed from the report, and I'm glad you did
Okay.
request it.
Thank you. Yeah,
My-
Alex?
My counterpoint on this would be coming from my experience in negotiation with a lot of things. You're coming from a position of strength already with this code, because you're saying this is the code. We can't work with you. You open the door. Now they know that we have a negotiation piece. Okay. So whether it's for the developers or not, they know that they have something they can work with. And so my view on that is, no, I don't want to open any doors like that. So I don't support this. I just don't.
Okay, thank you. Nancy, I see Nancy wanted to make a quick comment.
It's more of a question perhaps for the town's attorney, but I understand what Alex and Dee Dee are saying, and I agree. When I applaud you're doing the research. There was a big article in the Wall Street Journal a couple of weeks ago about bricks and mortar, raging back. And so, yes, these things are cyclical, as Jason and others have pointed out, but I think Alex is making the point that we already have the negotiating tool that we need. And so why make further concessions? And so they can always apply for a special variance if the economic conditions change. I mean, basically, we only have those two pieces of real estate up at the corner where we want to see businesses. We don't want to see a big, rental complex come in. It gets tossed over to a REIT, a real estate investment trust, the minute the developer's done, and the developers and the REITs that were going to buy those potential properties are not going to want, retail leases in place. So you kind of keep people at bay by keeping it local. So I support our local businesses, and I, you know, and perhaps the town's attorney can tell us that if we, you know, do this, you know, can we walk it back? You know, can we go back to that 75%, or have we set a precedent?
Thank you.
There's no precedent because it's a special exception. So not only anyone who seeks to go beyond the 75%, they have to satisfy the special exception criteria, and then they have to satisfy the site area development modification criteria. So, and as Councilmember Wheeler pointed out, that's the maximum. It could be less. They would really have to show the benefit that, because one of the special exception criteria is that it's consistent. I was just looking at that as you were talking, Nancy, like with be in harmony and compatible with the future and our present development of the area concerned. So if there was a concern on a future council that it's becoming too residential, they could walk it back and say, we don't want any more residential there because it is a commercial corridor. There's enough residential. Go back to the mix that the code allows.
But then again, residential is a preferred use.
Right.
So it seems like an oxymoron that residential is, am I not understanding? Residential is a preferred use in a commercial general district. It's almost contradictory.
Right, but that's because we're a small community and we wanted to be a bedroom community, more residential than commercial. And just, to remind everybody why we're here is that northwest corner, has been vacant for a number of years. Then a new owner went ahead and actually the existing owner had it. He proposed a gas station there. He proposed a hotel there. They came in to the town council to bring that idea. Council pretty much shut him down. Then sold the property. This new owner wanted to do a mixed use project of an assisted living facility, which is a commercial use, with residential. That didn't go that well either. So this new gentleman, I believe he just, he saw how the meetings were going and he was proposing what maybe he thought council wanted, which was more residential. And that's why, I believe council directed staff back in October 2021 to go this route and do our review and propose something to council. Yes, the 95% is a high number, but that's because it allows town council to give that maximum. But as Len mentioned, it's anything between 75 and 95, and they still have to go through the special exception process.
Although developers tend to want to maximize things at times, but
It gives town council the power to say no.
if we were to keep it at 75-25, it would need to be, and if they wanted to go to 95 at that point, that would be the special exception, correct?
If this goes through, anything above 75% would be a special exception. If this does not go through, 75-25 is it.
No matter what.
To answer Ms. Nancy's, I don't believe a variance would actually even be an option in this
Can't
case
get a
because
use
there
variance.
is no hardship. It's a self-imposed hardship.
I think it's a use variance.
Yeah.
Use variance is generally prohibited.
I gotta get you the. Right, and obviously, the other option is that, as Mr. Horniman mentioned, is that you can continue, that is a commercial general zoning district. The permitted uses are retail. So, Jack, you would have to speak.
Yeah,
Get
Jack.
into the mic.
You're
Jack,
gonna
Jack, do you want
You
to?
can only get a variance for yard and area according to the current zoning code. Use variances, in my experience, have always been something that basically you're changing the code. You talk about rezoning, a use variance would do that. I would not recommend that.
Okay, thank you, Kurt. Oh,
Yeah.
so do we want to make a motion, Peggy?
I just wanted to mention, I know at the last meeting, I brought the same thing up where I thought 5% was very low, or 95%. 5% was, very low for commercial. So I don't think we really had a way to compare that yet because I don't know if I got the information on that. Remember, I was asking for that before the.
For the new
next-
proposed project,
Right.
they're asking the max. I believe they're at 93.9% residential, 6.1 commercial.
So, but what is you need to be able to compare that to what you're talking about.
So-
What is the percentage of commercial that they're going to put in based on their square footage of the?
Well, that is the
Project.
percentage. If we're talking about square footage, It's a 4,000 square foot restaurant, 500 square feet of outdoor dining, and approximately 14,000 of retail. So also close to 18,000 square feet of commercial.
And how much of the lower level does that encompass on that building? I'm
I
not
believe
sure
it's
if I can recall.
is the first building only. The one in the
Right.
building on the northwest corner only.
Right.
There is, if I may, there is the southeast building that has the restaurant, outdoor restaurant, approximately 500 square feet of outdoor restaurant, in addition to approximately 4,000 or 5,000 square feet of restaurant internal, 15,000 total commercial, as Frank has said, and a total of 96 units in single-family resident. And as Frank has said, 93.9% is residential and 6.1% is commercial. Right now, as the plan is going.
Right, and again, this is the proposal. This is what they're asking. This is
This
not
is
what
Saying we don't have to
proposal.
grant it, obviously.
you do not, if this goes through, you do not, correct?
Yeah, but again, I'm back to the whole idea that if we don't even put this through, what he's asking for can't happen anyway. So
That's correct.
he's coming to us with something that we don't want as it is. I mean, that's my view, and I think that's what the town's view is. You know, it coming in with a package of 6% on roughly 94% residential packed in there. It changes the whole dynamic of that whole area overnight.
I may disagree with that because with previous meetings, we did hear from the residents that they did not want commercial because they did not want the intensity in that corner. They did not want that additional traffic. That's what commercial does for you. It is meant for that, of course,
I guess
but residential brings that intensity down, brings down traffic down, the number of cars going in and out of that
Well,
corner.
my one question on that would be then, as you pointed out, we're not doing a density increase with this. So theoretically, if you're working on the 75-25, they would be forced to come down with their size and scope of their build anyway to make it happen. So we would be enforcing a situation on them where they'd have to come down anyhow because they're going to not want to build massive commercial, as you point out. So I think it kind of resolves itself.
Well, the number of units would remain the same if that's what the applicant wants. Yes, the size of the units would come down. Right now, I believe they're proposing between 3,000 and 5,000 square foot units for all four buildings. So if this doesn't go through, he can still go 96 units because the density is 18 dwelling units per acre, which is 99. So you could still do 96. It's just that the units would be smaller.
Right. And I suspect that he wouldn't want to do that build because that cuts his profit so substantially. So he's probably going to have to rework things there. I mean, what I'm looking at is from a standpoint of, I get that you want to open the door to negotiation, but we have things set here such that we don't have to negotiate. Opening the door to negotiation, in my view, is always a problem.
And that's why I thought, could we flex on the percentage so that it's not 95? Because that just seems like a lot. If we went to 90, I mean, it's still high, but would it give us at least some flexibility to retain commercial? And it adds some balance rather than just going to the max.
Yes, that's up to town council. That 95 number was just that number as a max. If you want to lower that number to, as you mentioned, 90%.
I mean, I
that is
would be willing
possibility.
to do this at a lower percentage that adds a little bit of moderation.
Can I give you another perspective?
Yes, thanks.
Let me give you another perspective. I always like to put numbers to things. Let's say that the parcel is 5 acres and you have 20 acres, 20 parcels per 20 density, 20, what is it?
Dwelling units per acre.
20 dwelling units per acre. That's 100 units, right? It's 100,000 square feet of residential. They have to build another 25,000 feet of commercial. That's what they have to do. This ordinance require them to build, God agrees with me, that this ordinance allows them to build less than 25,000 commercial. So all it does is less intensity. All it does is reduces intensity because commercial is all about intensity. And that's all that I get screamed about on a daily basis, the traffic and let's not be Miami, let's not be Broward. What this ordinance does, it decreases, doesn't touch density, it decreases intensity, which intensity helps out on traffic and congestion and everything else. So just wanted to put some numbers into it, give you a little perspective in that way. What it does is it reduces commercial space, which it reduces.
And I appreciate that because I've talked to people about the traffic on Donald Ross Road, and I understand that. But, somewhere down the line, the county may force our hand and increase the lanes and take away the medians, in a future thinking way. I mean,
Yeah, that's a good point, but that's if you go to straight zoning, they're going to build more intensive site, which will bring more traffic. Dwelling units is commercial versus residential is a big difference in intensity. Help me, Jack. Say yes. There's a big difference in intensity. So just this is what our community's been screaming to me for 30 years. Keep Juno Beach quality over quantity. Keep the intensity down, keep the traffic down, keep it this old town feel. So what this does is gives you the option and flexibility, another tool in your, as Jason said, another tool in your toolbox to allow for, and just remember, they can build rentals right there and you can't do anything. If they build 75-25 rentals, that's another point. But if they want to go a little less commercial, then you can say, correct me if I'm wrong, Len, you can say no rentals because now you're negotiating. So you get what you want. So am I correct?
You're correct.
So it does a lot of things that will help. It helps your vision, not hurts your vision. So that's my opinion.
Okay. Michael has a question,
Yes.
comment. Thank you.
What about thinking out of the box and reconsidering the situation of that corner, the northwest corner, correct? We're talking about that.
Could you speak closer to the microphone?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We had that piece of land on which is now developed at Ocean One, correct? My heart broke seeing that piece and the assisting council members going forward with the development. That piece should never been developed. That piece should have been an extension of Kagan Park and preserved. That should have been. And we lost that battle. It's already built. Why not considering acquiring that piece of land and turn it into a park, turn it into a preservation park for the benefit of low density, is enhancing the ecological significance, is regenerating the corner, is much less density for the benefit of everyone there. So acquiring that piece of land to be done as a park, that would be the recommendation. And I think there will be people in the community that would have bought that piece of land that was developed for the town. And I think we can fundraise from the community, people that will be happy to buy the piece of land for the town and turn it into a park. That would be the recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Michael. So do we want to make a motion? Do we want to consider changing the percentage or just make a motion to approve the second reading of ordinance 747 site area development modification option?
Mayor, I believe we may have one additional comment.
Oh, okay, John, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. As long as you're letting the public
Yes.
speak on this, I'd like to give out one observation. From talking to a lot of people for the last few months, as far as the preference, whether we need more condos, more residential units in town, or do we need more shops, especially restaurants? Realtors would like to see more condos, but the overwhelming majority of people I've spoken to are not supportive of more residential units or condos in town. They're more supportive of small shops, restaurants, and places to go. Not all commercial is increased density, Joe. Self-storage units are virtually no traffic.
We can't have self-storage. in
Right.
town. That's not allowed.
It's not a permitted.
Professional offices, there
not
are,
permitted use.
there's a whole range in commercial of things that are intensity. So that's just an observation.
Thanks, John. So Len, I have a question. If I rescind my earlier vote, what happens? What happens if Alex and I vote against it? Does it still
It
pass?
still passes. You can't go back on your earlier vote. So this
Oh.
is just second reading. Either it gets approved or it does not get approved.
I see. Okay, thank you. Bianca?
I mean, if somebody wants to make a motion to amend
You can amend.
percentages, that's fine too, or a motion to approve as is, or a motion not to approve, whatever the case may be.
All right, we have another comment.
Yes, I keep hearing a lot about traffic and, just, I'm really thinking about the quality of life for the residents of Juno Beach. We're not, we're talking about commercial. We're not gonna, I think it's up to the council to decide, are we gonna bring in a supermarket? I don't think that's really gonna happen. It's not, we're not talking about putting a supermarket or a Costco. I'm thinking about the quality of life. We want more walkability. We want this to be this small town where we can walk. Like, we love going to Kathy's, and getting a coffee there or getting dinner at Captain Charlie's. We want to have that walkability, not always have to go into a car and have to drive everywhere. So it would be nice to have a place where we can go shopping, where we can, it's not just people from out of town. It is for us as well. So I don't think that having some commercial space there is a bad idea. So anyways, that's.
Thank you. So,
I think that we don't have to go with the 5%. I wasn't against the 10% originally, but I think we have that option. And I'm not sure we want to see things that are not conducive to our town, especially on that corner, as the ice cream shops and the sandwich shops and whatever retail we can put in there that works for our town and for people to go across the street and visit it. So it doesn't mean that we're limiting that, because we could go up to 15%, we could go up to 20%. It's very difficult because I don't have numbers. I would need numbers, and that's what you do when you get back in with the development. You take those numbers, you say, okay, here's the square footage, and this is what I don't think we should go down to 5%. I think we should have 15% here. And that's something maybe we'll decide on the corner of US 1 and Donald Ross. But I'd like to see, I don't want to see office space necessarily as their commercial on that corner. Now, maybe it's different when we get down, even Tony Ferrari's. We don't want to see that because we don't know what the other building is going to look like. We want to have Captain Charlie's. We want to see, Kathy's in there. So, it's our choice at that point. And it's not, we don't have a lot of tools necessarily to stop some things. And that's my concern. There's people that can come in and put up to 5 stories and, do things that are within our code, and they get to do it. And we don't get to stop that. And so that's been my concern all along, that there's going to be a usage that's allowed and someone's going to come in, buy that property back. If the developer can't make it happen, you can't make it happen on 25% probably. And I'm not pro-development. We want something that works on that corner. We want something that works on our southern corner. So I feel strongly that as long as we have the option, my concern was that we were going to have councils down the road that would just allow that to drop to 5%. And that does worry me. So I wouldn't object to changing it to 10%, but I don't know without the numbers, because they're at 94% residential.
94% residential.
Right. And
6% commercial.
So
But that's if we approve it though, right? It's up to us.
Yeah, it's
But can we, let's say we approve this, and with that corner, they come to us with this 93, basically 94%. Can we say to them, we'll only grant you the special exception if you come down to 90%?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, of course.
So, and conceptually, if 18,000 square feet of commercial, which is, I think, you
Approximately,
described it
right.
in, approximately. So, I mean, just prorating the figures here to put a 10%, to go with the 90% and the 10% as opposed to 5%, we're looking at 27,000 square feet or something in that neighborhood of commercial. Conceptually, what does that look like, Frank? Because I just can't
Yeah.
wrap my head around what, I'm figuring 18,000 square feet. If one of those is proposed to be a fairly large restaurant at 4,000 square feet, it's like having 4 large restaurants or several smaller
Right.
ice
So,
cream shops,
so-
coffee
so,
shops.
for example, one of the few items that you just approved, the takeout restaurant for Thirsty Turtle, that was approximately 1,000 square feet. You know, now we're talking about this place having 4,000 square feet of restaurant space. Now, they haven't decided whether that's going to be 1,000 square feet or 2,000 square feet. I believe they want to go with the larger option because they do want to have that outdoor dining area, which is 500 square feet. My comment would be, how many ice cream shops can you have? How many personal service locations can you have? You know, yoga, you know, salon, barber shop, things like that. In 18,000 square feet. I mean, that's the size of Juno Beach professional offices on US Highway 1, you know, which is a good size plaza.
Well, to me, I guess that's one of the things that promoting commercial retail and helping our businesses take hold would actually benefit from smaller square footages because the rents would be less expensive. So you'd be more likely to perhaps get tenants in 4 or 6 less expensive stalls or spaces versus 2 giant ones that can only hold big chains of some kind.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, Mayor.
It's more favorable to small business owners who are on a budget. And that's really one of the things that I would like to see encouraged is successful small local businesses versus just big impersonal
Right.
restaurants.
I'll tell you right now, I have vacant locations at Loggerhead Plaza, Plaza La Mer, which are 2 of our biggest plazas, and they're right at that corner as well.
Okay, thank you, Frank.
Yes,
Thanks, Jack. What do we want to do? Make a motion?
We have one more comment if you would allow it.
Yeah.
Jack Horniman, your planning consultant. I've been listening to your conversation and I'm hearing words like negotiate. I think what you're doing here is providing a lot of flexibility. You know, there's been a lot of discussion whether you have 5%, 10% of commercial. You do know that you can have 100% commercial.
Right.
By right. Commercial is totally allowable on this site. The only reason that you get to the 5 or the 10% is if you opt to ask for a special exception. Now, special exceptions are different because you can apply all kinds of conditions to the site approval. Len, correct me on this, whether it's 90% residential, 95% residential, because it's a special exception, if you don't like the design of this property or the site, you don't have to automatically approve that percentage, do you?
You do not. And that's, and I know architectural style is an issue with the council. But as part of the site development modification criteria, it has to be innovative architecture. It does give you a lot more say in how it looks, rather than they
I
come in
would say
at the
that it gives
75.
you total negotiating power. Total negotiating power. What's going to dictate between 5%, 10%, 100% is going to be the market. That's what's going to dictate that percentage. Otherwise, you're not going to get anybody in front of you. Which leaves only one other option is don't develop the site. But you've already had that discussion. So.
Okay, thank you, Jack. So do we have a motion to approve? Sure. State your name, please.
Steve Allen. You know, I just wanted to, I was looking at something when I was just leaving, but I was thinking about something. You're talking about the smallest square footage. So let's say it's 1,600 square feet. They're getting down the block at the new center where we had the Christmas party and everything, like $40 a foot. let's call it $50 a foot with the pass-through charge and base rent. So here's something to think about. If you have 1,600 square feet of space, it's costing you $6,600 a month. $6,600 a month is $80,000 a year. And in order to make any money, 8% of your gross can be rent in retail, not restaurant. I'm just talking about retail. So just think about that, how much business they have to do there in order to pay the rent. As a developer, I don't know if I would touch it.
Thank you. So,
One last thing, may I? Because there's a misconception, I think, sometimes with the public. You cannot take away a right that in our code. You can only add options or flexibility. If there's a right already, we're going to have a claim. So, and a lot of cities get those claims. So people think, oh, just change the code and require less. Cities have done that, and they got massive lawsuits that they have to pay on their bond issues. And we're not going to go into those cities that did that. But Len, am I correct what I'm saying?
No, you cannot take away uses that are already permitted, correct?
They've even expanded that claim. It's the Burt
Harris claim.
Burt Harris claim. They've even expanded that claim to make it even more useful or more easier to serve, correct?
They have made it easier to sue, yes, to file suit under the act.
So just so when you spread the word out, it's not that you can change the code and say be more restrictive. You can't, we don't have that in our toolbox. We only have in our toolbox to make it more flexible and to get them in a special exception process where we can get things we'd like as a community. So I just want to let you all know that.
so thank you. Any additional thoughts from council, or do we have a motion?
I'm going to make a motion that we approve the ordinance number 747 on second reading and final reading.
Do we have a second?
By leaving it at 95%, that enhances the level of flexibility. It doesn't decrease the level of flexibility, correct?
Correct. It's up to 95%. So.
Or do we want to amend it?
No, I'll second the motion and provide for the additional flexibility.
But you're saying I can't rescind my, so I
You can
have
just
a yes vote,
on
so
second
so it
reading, correct.
passes.
So you call for a vote.
Okay, so then, all in favor?
Aye.
I guess it's aye. Opposed?
Well, no, you can not vote for it on, I'm sorry, Dina. If I
Okay.
You can
misunderstood.
change your mind from first reading to
Right,
second
you can
reading.
change your mind. You
Change
just can't do
my-
anything with your vote on first reading, but
Yeah,
you can
no,
vote
I'm sorry.
against on second
Oh.
reading if you wish.
You
I'm
can
sorry.
change your vote.
So,
This is tough. I guess I would just like to see a lesser percentage, so,
You have that in the flexibility, right? I mean, we don't have to go to 95. Right? Am I correct on that? Yes.
100% correct.
So we do have it. It's up to the council, and that changes yearly. So
Peggy, are you a for or
yeah,
against?
there were
this?
3 fours already,
four?
so I assume Councilmember Cook is against.
Yes.
So it's
Okay, then,
just your vote, Mayor.
okay, then I approve.
No, or-
Aye, yes.
Aye, okay. 4-1.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. I'd like to take just a quick recess, or for a couple of minutes. We've been sitting here for a long time, and just need to use the facility.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to continue with agenda item 10.
Here I am.
Okay, agenda item 10, public hearing and second reading on ordinance 749, assisted living facility maximum density. Len?
Ordinance 749, ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Juno Beach, Florida, amending Article 4 Supplemental Regulations, Division 12, Assisted Living Facilities of Chapter 34 zoning of the Town Code of Ordinances by amending Section 34-1247, maximum density to provide a unit-to-bed conversion rate for facilities with mixed housing types, providing a continuum of care, providing for codification, severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Thank you, Len. So as Len mentioned, this is the second reading for ordinance 749. At the February Town Council meeting, council unanimously approved ordinance 749 on first reading. While conducting the review for the proposed waterfront expansion project, staff concluded that the existing code regarding maximum density did not specifically address the conversion of dwelling units to beds. After conducting some research, staff is proposing to amend the town's code to incorporate the following changes. Add a conversion language into code section 34-1247, maximum density, that will add, for an assisted living facility providing a continuum of care with multiple housing types within a single facility, the town may apply a conversion rate of 2.39 beds or residents per permitted dwelling unit. As I mentioned, this is the second reading. And at this time, staff recommends that the town council consider approving ordinance 749 on second reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Do we have any public comments on this item, Caitlin?
Not that I received.
Okay, thank you. Anybody in the audience would like to comment on this item? No. Alex, do you have any comments on this?
I don't have any big comments. I'm going to approve this.
Okay, thank you. Jason?
No comments in addition, anything I might have mentioned during the first reading.
Okay, thank you. Peggy?
Same with me. I would approve it.
Thank
Thank
you. Elaine?
No comments.
Okay, I don't have any comments either, so.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 749 on second and final reading.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item 11, section selection of planning and zoning board members. Frank?
Here I am.
You're up.
So, now that we have established our new town council, staff is requesting that council make the appointments for the planning and zoning board, so that way we can continue our following meeting in April. As stated on the memorandum, each town council member will be asked to suggest an appointed person to serve on the board. Each suggested appointee will be voted on by the entire council. And finally, any town council member may suggest an alternate for the alternate board member position, which the entire town council will also respond with a corresponding vote. At this time, we will begin the process of appointing the planning and zoning board along with the alternate for a one-year term. Len, can you help me through the process? Do we go one by one?
We go one by one for each council member's appointee, and then when we get to the alternate, anybody can nominate whomever they wish.
Okay, so does it matter if I start with me? Or start with
It's up to you, Mayor, if you'd like to start.
I'll just start by reappointing my prior nominee, Hank Compton. I think he's done a great job this past year, and I'm going to reappoint him.
And then we just need approval of the entire council. Does everyone approve of that appointment?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then we return for the alternate after everyone's had
After
a
everybody
chance?
does their appointment.
And
His or
we'll
her
switch it up. Elaine, you can go next.
Okay. I'm reappointing John Callaghan to planning and zoning.
Aye. So do we have any
objection?
Any objections?
No.
No? Okay, thank you. John gets the appointment from Elaine.
Thank you, John.
Peggy?
Yes, I would like to re-nominate Jim Ferguson. I think Jim has done an outstanding job on planning and zoning for the previous 2 years. So thank you, Jim. And he really has done an amazing job on the Landmarks Advisory Committee. He has been instrumental in the Juno Beach Historical Committee. He's donated unlimited hours to the group to the benefit of the town and the committee. And he was Citizen of the Year, so it was pretty good. So I'd like to renominate Jim Ferguson, but I want to make sure, Elaine, that you, because I know you and your family put out an article that was pretty mean-spirited towards Jim, and I just want to make sure that you don't have an objection to Jim, because I don't want to see articles like that come out in any shape or fashion. I think that's just negative for our town. So I definitely wanted to turn to you and make sure that we're fine with the nomination.
I have no problem with your nomination, and
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jim, for your service. So Jim is accepted, I guess, right? Confirmed.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim. Jason?
Yeah, I'll reappoint Mike Stern.
Okay. Does anybody have any objections?
No.
Okay, thank you. Alex?
Thank you, Mike.
I'm going to appoint Diana Davis.
Okay. Does anybody have any objections? No?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Congratulations, Diana.
Thank you, Diana.
For the alternate board member, I'd like to nominate Lori Scherer. She's not with us tonight. She had a previous engagement. She's lived on South Juneau Lane since purchasing her home in, let's see, 2020. She's worked as an office manager in the marine industry, and her work includes working with government agencies and regulations on many levels. She's very interested in becoming even more involved with the town and has taken an interest in the planning and zoning aspect. And I'd like to nominate her for an alternate board member. So Len, what's the process now?
Well, I
Do
think
we
for
have
this
any-
one, anybody else who might have a nomination, and then we'll vote if there's multiple nominees.
Okay. Elaine, do you have any? Peggy?
Nancy, are you interested in being an alternate on the Planning and Zoning Board? I'd like to nominate Nancy Wuff.
Jason?
Can I inquire, is Bruce Franson previously served as an alternate? Is he still active? Is there-
At the last planning and zoning board meeting, he mentioned that this was his last year.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Bruce.
Well, I also wanted to nominate Nancy.
Well, Jason, did you want to nominate anybody other than that?
Additional nominations.
So what do we do if we have Lori and
Well,
Nancy?
if there's two names, then we can do it the same way we did before. Each one can state who they wish to appoint.
I think last year we did a secret ballot, right? Or something like that.
Can't
We
do a
had to-
secret ballot.
What did we do last year?
No, it was a roll call.
Okay.
It was
I think
just
we had quite a
person by
few
person.
nominees, though.
Okay.
That's why we did it that way.
So help me through the process,
Well,
please.
you can start with yourself, or you can start with Councilmember Cook.
Well, I'm going to continue to nominate Lori Scherer for the position.
Okay. And then
Elaine?
Councilmember Kotranakis.
I'm going to go with Nancy.
Nancy?
I'll defer to Dee Dee's suggestion of Lori.
Nancy.
Okay, well.
All right. Congratulations, Nancy.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to agenda item 12, review of organizations for council participation. Our town clerk, Caitlin Copeland.
Good evening, council. Staff has provided you with a copy of the current list of organizations that council members are participating in. Does council wish to go through each listed organization individually, or would you like to stay on the same organizations that you're currently participating in?
So let's see. So Caitlin, which positions would rotate? So for instance, Alex is new. Does he automatically fill Jim's former?
That's up
slots?
to you,
No, it's up
council.
to you. We can go one by one,
or we can look at gyms and replace Jim with whoever, but it's totally up to the council on each one.
So
You can go by exception, leave it by, leave everything the same, and then just look at gyms. It's all up to you.
I'm fine keeping mine. So how would it work with Jason? I mean, some of them, would
Do
he
you want me
stay
to-
in his?
Do you want to go down the list?
Yeah, it's
one
probably
by
easier to
one?
go down because there is so many. The bush wildlife has got Jason, and then we need another alternative. It's not a lot of activity with this one.
I'm interested in the wildlife, so I would appreciate the opportunity to be the alternate on that, if that's okay.
Just head shakes would be great with me. Is that okay? Okay, great, thank you. We got the Business Development Board, which is Peggy and then Elaine.
I'm fine staying there.
I can stay.
Everybody good? You don't mind me doing this, right? You don't mind me?
Oh, you can go ahead, Joe. I don't mind.
Okay, the contact program, we got the mayor, and then we need another person, unless
I
the
could
mayor
be
doesn't want to do this.
Back up on that if you want, or I could.
What is the contact program?
This
could be
is
back
where
up on
people, residents get together and they call other residents in need and during emergencies or just during health issues, just have someone check on people.
Okay. Is that, do our police department monitors that, or people sign
No,
up
the
for it?
Civic Association's working with staff and
Okay.
and volunteers.
Okay, is there anybody who wants to be an alternate on this?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that okay? Yes. Okay. Economic Forum. Mayor, Jason, are you good with that?
I'll continue, yes.
Okay. I don't know why we don't have, oh, that's the one because you have to pay each member, right?
Yes.
So this one, you have to actually pay a membership for each member. And they have very strict rules. Is that right, Jason?
Yes, lately they have not been active. So,
Oh, with COVID.
I don't know what the status is post-COVID, I think.
I haven't heard anything from them.
I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard anything either.
I don't know that it's viable at this point, so I think we'd have to.
Do you want to should staff contact them and find out if they need, or if we need representation on that?
It
They're
was up
just
to
not, they're
council.
just
Oh,
not
they're just
meeting.
not meeting.
Yeah.
We don't think they're meeting.
So it's
Okay,
up
so
to you
just-
if you want to keep it on the list or not.
I would keep it on.
Just
'cause-
keep it.
Yeah.
Let's just find out what their status is.
Jason, you okay with everybody okay with Jason staying on there?
Yes.
League of Cities entire. This is actually not a choice because you just voted on the mayor and the vice mayor, correct?
Correct.
So that's not a choice. We'll
That's
just-
Dee Dee and Elaine.
Dee Dee and Elaine will do that, and I'll let you know how to do that. That's not a hard thing.
next
Obviously,
one's
the
Dee
next
Dee.
one's not an option either. The forum, you want to talk about that, Peggy?
Yes, I think that started several years ago, and I do have a membership, and I know it's costing the town about $350 a year. And as long as I'm paying for my own membership, the council can decide if they would like to drop that membership and not have to put an additional membership because it's per person. It's not a council-related item. So we could save the town some money. The only thing, Joe, is I didn't check to see if I ever drop out of the forum club myself personally, if we have to pay the initiation fee again. But at that point, I'm not sure. It's more of a personal, meet the speakers, and I'm not sure how beneficial it is for the town. So
It's
I
just,
would,
there's all kinds of speakers. Does everybody know what we're talking about here, the forum club?
You can explain it for the benefit of
Okay,
everybody.
when they were active and when they didn't go virtual, they would have, mainly during the season, they would have monthly speaker series where you'd bring in a general, you bring in a former congressman or vice president or very dignitaries all over the country, and they'd have a big meeting at the Kravis Center, and they're well attended. What do you think, about 300 people when they were having them? And but it's not an organization. It's an individual membership. So it would have to be, Peggy said she's already a member on a personal level. So whoever wants to be on there, we'd have to sign the person up itself. Right now, we have the mayor on there. I mean, Jason, I'm going to do that a couple times.
It's okay.
Sorry.
It's quite all right.
So
So-
6 years.
So what would,
J-
so is the cost for the town the same as the personal? I mean, the 350 is no matter what.
We think,
Individually, 350.
we know there's a cost. I don't remember exactly what the cost is. 350 sounds right to me. Peggy probably remembers the number.
So in the alternate, it says entire council. Should we still invest in a membership so that somebody else can participate as an alternate?
Well, I don't know why we had that there, but sometimes they have extra tickets and the person who's the member can offer those extra tickets. Is that why we did that, Peggy?
You still have to pay for the ticket, though.
You still have to pay for the
Yes.
ticket. Yeah, like
Right.
50,
But you get
40.
the discounted price
Right.
rather. than
Right, it
the
was like
full
$30,
price.
$40. It wasn't a big deal.
Joe, can you
Jason,
make,
did you attend any of those?
There was no notices.
I'm not sure, the question is, do we really want to continue to do that for the town? It is an expense, and I think if you personally want to be a member of that, you should be a member of it. It's a series, it's lecture series, or it's a, presentation by individuals that come in, like Jeff
rather
said.
than something legislative?
Yeah, it's not legislative at all.
What's your suggestion, Joe? Should we
correct.
leave it on the list or should we just take it off?
It's all up to you. It's like a club and it brings you more experiences, but really is it government related? It has limited government. It's local government.
So, I mean, if it's all the same to everybody, we could just remove it from the list and then make it a personal choice whether or not to join.
Is that okay?
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Okay.
Does anybody have an objection to that? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. That's nothing.
The League of Cities? next?
Yeah, because that's the entire council.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully, all of you will be attending in August. We put it on your calendar. And the Garden Club, this was very active. Because of COVID, it's shut down. They used to have monthly or every other month meetings. So Jason was the member and Jim was the alternate.
I could be the alternate if everyone's okay with that, or if Jason, you want me to take the lead on that, or are you happy where you are?
But there hasn't been any meetings
I know.
recently. so.
There's she'll probably
So-
start them again, Sophia. Yeah.
Jason, do you want to stay the primary?
I'm fine with that. And
Okay.
I'm fine deferring to Peggy if she's interested.
Peggy, do you want to,
Yeah, I can be the
which,
main on that. yeah.
okay.
And you want to be the alternate?
I'll be the alternate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This is sunsetted. I think it's sunsetted, the next one that I'm on. I haven't had a meeting in a while.
Staff will look into this one?
Maybe we'll keep it on there because they are building a PPP, which is a private public. So they might call a meeting. It's very technical, so probably me, it's not a bad idea for me to be on it.
Okay.
The issues forum, this is, I was the lead, but it doesn't have to be that way. It's all the cities get together, they appoint a person and they talk about issues that are regional in nature.
Mhm. Are you happy to stay on?
I'm happy to stay on.
And report back?
Report back, yes. And
And should I be the alternate?
Sure,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Landmarks Advisory Committee, we've sort of sunsetted the Landmarks Advisory Committee, and now it's primarily the Juno Beach Historical Society.
Yeah, we cross
Having the
out,
meetings.
we cross out the top and make it the Juno Beach Historical Society. And so we'll cross out the top, and who do you want as the,
Peggy can be the primary if you're still interested.
is that okay?
Absolutely. Yes, thank you.
And the alternate
Is there anybody who would be interested in being the alternate on that? If not, I could just remain.
I'll do it.
Alex,
I'll do it, sure.
okay, sure.
Can I clarify one thing? Is that a consensus that the Landmarks Advisory Committee is sunsetted?
Yes.
I believe so, Matt, right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Alex, so Alex would be the alternate on that.
This one's a little confusing because the Go Blue, they used to open that up to everybody. Now it was very limited because of COVID. They used to have the Marine Life Center we're talking about, I'm sorry, used to have an annual meeting with COVID, I don't even think they did it virtually. Jason, do you remember that? They didn't invite me to, we used to go every year to the annual meeting. Haven't seen one. But it's still a good idea to have a primary and an alternate on this, so. But we'll invite you to things that we can invite everybody to, like the groundbreaking or something like that.
So should we keep this as it is? Or Peggy, do you want to still be the primary?
On the loggerhead?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay. And Jason, are you interested in being the alternate?
I'm fine with that, or if it's something that you'd like to attend as Mayor Didi, I'm fine with that as well.
Okay,
If you're interested.
okay, yeah, I'd be interested, thank you.
All right, this is the whole council. When we reconvene those kind of meetings, we have them in, it's the, I'm sorry, the North County Intergovernmental Commissioner meetings with your county commissioner, District 1, Maria Marino. And we meet actually in the town center. All the other cities in North County meet here. And it's been a while, right? Since pre-COVID, we haven't had one. But all the council is invited to that. We just make sure one of you speak, or I speak, or Frank speaks. So it's not a sunshine issue. All right, Palm Beach County League of Cities.
The Cultural Alliance?
Did I skip something? Yes, I did. Cultural Alliance, they do meet. They have meetings every so often. We haven't been as a town very active in that group, but they still meet and they still talk about enhancing the arts in North County.
Elaine, are you interested in that? You haven't picked up any of these?
That's because I'm.
Okay,
Yeah.
Alex?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Thank you, Alex. Is there an alternate?
I can be the alternate.
Okay, thank you. All right, Peggy can help me on this one, but this is District 1, where you go to the luncheons, right? Oh, no, I'm sorry, this is the first Wednesday of every month. District 1 has a luncheon with all North County. It's basically the managers invited and one or two council members. I'm uncomfortable about two. We've had this discussion in the past. It's up to you, but it's best if it's just one, in my opinion, because you do talk about regional and town issues.
What do you recommend? Is this something I should go to, or is
It doesn't have to be the mayor. Sometimes it's not the mayor, and sometimes it's all up to you all, whoever wants to go. Jim was obviously the vice mayor, and he was attending with myself.
I can take that.
It's up to you all.
Okay,
You good with
Elaine,
that?
you could be the primary.
Unless Jason, do you want it?
Yep, go ahead.
Peggy,
Sure.
did you have an interest, or you
Oh,
weren't?
no, I'm
Oh, you're
sorry.
fine.
The mayor, vice mayor can do that.
Okay.
Elaine, you can be the primary. Is that somebody want to do the alternate, or Jason, or Peggy, do you want to?
Did you get that?
I'm sorry, did you say Elaine for the primary?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this one, I'm sorry, is the actual meetings on a countywide basis. And I haven't been going to these for a very long time because of Seacoast. So they conflict with my Seacoast meetings. So I really haven't been there in years, but basically they have their own board, they meet and they have a topic and they discuss. Sometimes there's more than 100 people attend these things pre-COVID. So
You're saying they haven't met?
No, they are meeting now again in person. It is limited. You have to RSVP. It's always a council meeting night. It's the fourth Wednesday's luncheon.
I'm sorry, can I clarify? This is for the Palm Beach County League of Cities voting delegate?
I think so, yeah.
No, he
Because
skipped
that
that
one
one.
is already selected during the consent agenda. That's automatically the mayor and the
Oh,
vice
okay.
mayor.
Okay,
All right.
Thank
but
you.
somebody has to attend so I'm on the next one, I guess, right?
Now you're on the monthly meetings and workshops.
Yes, so that's the one I'm on. I'm sorry. That's what I was
You
talking
missed,
about.
okay.
Yeah, I missed that one. Because, yeah, you can't, that one, you already voted through a
Oh,
resolution.
okay, I see.
Thank you.
But for the voting delegate, we need an alternate?
No, yes, it's always the
Oh,
vice.
I
It's
see.
always the
I
vice
see
mayor.
what you're saying.
Yeah, I
Okay,
skipped
thank
that
you.
one.
And I'm sorry, who was the alternate for the District 1?
Jason.
Jason, do you want
Jason,
to
thank you.
keep that?
We're back to District 1.
Yeah, I can stay on as alternate.
Thank you.
Okay, so I skipped one, so I was talking about, this is the fourth Wednesday, it's a luncheon, it's anywhere from Boca to Cuesta or Belglade, it can be anywhere. And they have monthly meetings. Elena's attended, Peggy's attended in the past, and they are going in person. How many people attend now? Do you know? It's
quite a few.
It's
Yeah, I
still
think
quite
they
a few.
have quite a high attendance. Elaine, I don't know. I am not, sometimes I don't want to do the in-person. I'm not sure it's as beneficial attending those. I mean, they go through, I wish they still had Zoom on that, because to drive to these locations, sometimes it takes you 30 minutes and then you have lunch, but the conversation is not, I don't know if I'm getting a benefit out of that. So I think that's, if everyone wants to try to attend that, or anyone that wants to try and attend it, I think it's a good idea, because there's more than one member that can attend the League of Cities. They usually have, sometimes cities will have 2 or 3 members.
right, because you're not talking about city stuff.
So I think that's the kind of thing that if everyone wants to go, we can go, whoever wants to go, I guess, should be able to go to that one.
Okay, so do you want to change that one to entire council and just leave it
I would.
open?
It's your preference.
So
You do
let's
see
do
the-
that then, yes.
You do see the agenda, Mayor, so
Okay.
that's not, I like Peggy's suggestion, because it might be something you're definitely interested in, or you're definitely not interested in.
Okay, so we'll make that entire council.
Chamber, these are all entire councils are invited to those events. Okay, this one you can talk about, Dee Dee, is the economic.
The Economic Development Board, I actually missed the
Take your time.
past couple. Would somebody want to take this one as a primary?
I was just gonna.
The
throw-
Economic Development, Alex, are you interested in
Well, I
that?
would just throw in there regardless, I'm a trustee of
Oh,
them, so I just wanted to get clarification on this, because I do get requested to be at these fairly frequently,
mhm.
and I don't know if that's a problem, if somebody else has it, or what the.
A
just-
conflict of interest? of any kind?
It could be, so that's why it's always best to just one person go. These are subcommittees of the
No,
chamber.
I know, but they.
No, I know you know, I'm just saying for everybody to know, that they're just subcommittees, and I'm a trustee just like Alex, so we've seen these things, I've attended some if I need to speak, so I think they're not virtual anymore, they're meeting right now,
Yeah.
yeah.
Government affairs.
Government
I think,
affairs is still
on
virtual.
Zoom or something, but
Right.
I'm pretty
And-
sure the development board is live again.
Okay, so it's up to you all, I would recommend one person and one person as an alternate.
So Alex, do you want to be a primary?
Yeah, I'm happy to do it.
Okay, thank you. And an alternate for that?
Who's the alternate?
Oh, Peggy?
Peggy?
You want to stay?
Okay, great. This is the government affairs. Are we okay with that one?
I'm happy to stay on it, unless you want it, Alex.
I don't make it to that one. I used to go a long time ago, but once they changed it substantially about a year ago, and I haven't made it, so I don't see that there's going to be any risk.
Okay. Anybody
Peggy.
else want it? Peggy, Jason?
Leave as is? from here?
Yeah, as is.
Okay.
And I'll stay the primary on the Sustainability Subcommittee.
Okay, is
That's okay?
that okay? Just
If
nod
if
your
that's
heads.
okay?
Yes.
And
Okay, and then
Alex, is there anything
alternate?
else that you'd like to maybe pick up on here, or are you fine? You're going to do the Economic Development Board?
I'm fine for now. I think I got 3 of them. Yeah.
Are you still okay as alternate, Peggy?
For which one? The Sustainability?
Sustainability?
Sustainability.
Yeah, does anyone else want to do that? Be an alternate on that one?
Anybody else want to be the alternate on that one? Alex will do it. Okay, thank you, Alex. The next one, the Intergovernmental Clearinghouse, that's when there's a conflict of regional development, if has a regional impact, right? We haven't had a meeting in years. Yeah, that's why Jim stayed on this one.
So do we need to just,
Um,
what would you recommend?
Just, I would put somebody on there, but again, you're never going to be called because if someone goes, we would go with you, or we would definitely tell you what the issue is. It's something of regional impact.
I can do it.
Would somebody like to be a primary? Peggy?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we don't need an alternate, because like I said, it doesn't.
I do have one more note for the Friends of the Arts.
Yes, the Friends of the Art, does anybody want to be a member of that committee? That the numbers are getting less on that committee, and it's a very valuable committee to have in town. It's,
How often does it meet?
they don't meet regularly. They just, they talk, it's.
It's just, I think, phone calls and gathering when
Right, it's more of the
available, but they
event.
haven't-
So they like to have you there at the event and to help out with, right?
Selection of artwork and
Right.
I could be an alternate or a primary. Is somebody interested in this?
I can do the alternate or the primary too. You know, as long as we can rely on each other
Yeah.
if someone's not.
Do you want to be the primary, Peggy? Do you have, or I can do it.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and do it?
Okay, I'll be the primary.
Okay,
And-
thank you. Feeling good?
yes, thank you.
No, thank you.
Okay. Item 13, discussion on dates, items, and facilitator services for goal planning workshop. Caitlin.
Thank you, Mayor. In preparation for this year's upcoming goal planning workshop, staff would like to ask council for direction on how you wish to proceed with the facilitator services. Does council wish to have staff reach out to the former facilitator, Dr. Dale Sugarman, or have staff go out for an informal bid to obtain 3 quotes and provide a recommendation at the April meeting? Staff has also provided date options if they're good with council, so that if, depending on the route you wish to choose for facilitator, if that's good with that person as well.
Okay, thank you. I'll start the discussion on this. Last year's goal planning workshop, I guess I had higher expectations for Dale. I really liked his presentation, but the end result I thought was more of just of a laundry list of things that the town should be doing anyway. I don't know. I know I didn't attend in person. I wasn't able to, but I attended virtually. But the ultimate list of things that we got, I don't know. It seemed too simplistic. I envision goals as being something deep that we dive into, that are a little bit more meaningful. It seemed like some of the things we came out with were somewhat simple. So I would be open to get 3 quotes. I know last year we got a quote from a company that I think was based in Northern Florida. It'd be nice if we could get quotes from people who are more local, who might have insight into our Southern Florida issues. I don't know. Elaine, do you have thoughts on this?
I'd like to see staff bring us bids.
Okay, thanks. Peggy?
Sorry, what did you say?
Um,
Elaine, what did you say? I didn't catch that.
I'd like to have staff bring us.
The quotes. Okay. Yeah, I think we need to have the quotes because that will make a difference. Like, I think we went with Dale Sugarman last year because of his price. I think Dale Sugarman was the least expensive, and then it was Tom Bradford and then Saviak.
Bless you.
And I had a tendency to like the way Tom Bradford handled the meeting over Dale Sugarman, but it all depends on the price also. Because I think in the end, we get hopefully get the same type of product where we get a facilitator to actually lead the group for us. But I definitely would want to see some pricing.
Okay, thank you. Jason?
No additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Alex?
I have 3 quotes.
Okay, thank you. So do we make a motion, or is it just consensus to get 3 quotes
I'm hearing 3
for the
quotes.
facilitators? And at a later date, I think it's sort of going to get late, so maybe we'll discuss topics. We'll put that on one of the next agendas as we get closer.
That's usually,
Or-
I think, brought up by the
Yeah,
facilitator
the
too, because
facilitator
they
usually
reach,
does that.
they reach out to each individual
Right.
council member for your topics. That's usually the facilitator.
Okay,
Usually, every facilitator is different, but usually the facilitator will facilitate the whole process, which includes,
the topics and,
yeah,
and the availability.
right.
Okay,
So I think we.
so I
got
think we're
enough-
good on that?
Yeah, I think we're good. We'll just bring it back next to the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
And is council good with all the dates and times provided so that we provide those to the
We're not
three
gonna have- we're
facilitator
not gonna have
options that
enough
they're
time.
available?
It's not going to be enough turnaround time, but we can
So
try.
we may actually move, I mean, is it feasible to move the goal setting
Yeah.
to June if necessary to accommodate
Of
the
course.
options that we get? Because if we really like a facilitator, but the date doesn't work, we can be flexible, right?
Okay, so staff will go out for.
We can
Thank
check
you.
on these dates, but we're open to other
Okay.
dates, okay?
All right, thank you. Item 14, solid waste, recycling and vegetation collection services. Andrea, thank you.
Good evening, council. Staff wanted to bring this before council to try and open up the dialogue and start the discussion and see where we're going. This is the year that Waste Management's contract ends. So we are in a 5-year, or we have been in a 5-year agreement. Waste Management has been our provider for ever.
long time.
Previously, that it was Nichols Sanitation. I have provided you with 5 different options that the council can discuss among yourselves and brainstorm and see how we want to move forward. The first option would be to negotiate a new contract with Waste Management. We could piggyback with SWA. SWA is the Solid Waste Authority. They went out for a competitive bid and their provider is Waste Pro. I provided you with a copy of that contract. We can pull things in-house and create a sanitation department within the town. We can go out for a competitive bid, or we could ask another municipality if they would be interested in collecting our trash. We did reach out and speak to North Palm Beach. They thanked us for the interest and said graciously, thank you, but no thank you. So unless there's another local municipality, I don't know that that is a viable option. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Feel free to speak amongst yourselves. We have Mr. Jeff Sabin here from Waste Management if you have any questions for him. But I'm happy to provide you with any information about my interactions as the liaison for the residents and Waste Management. They've always been really, really responsive, no matter what the situation has been. They do offer a level of service to our residents that has become a standard, which is very high. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Andrea, and thank you, Mr. Sabin, for hanging out and staying for questions. We'll start. Alex, do you have any thoughts on this topic?
I guess my first question is, do we have any major complaints? No?
No, so I get a monthly complaint log from Waste Management. And this includes if a driver goes by and happens to miss some vegetative waste, or somebody picks up or fails to pick up the recycling. So it could be something as minimal as that, or something as major as maybe a leak. But the amount of complaints are very, very few. And I always think that where there's no word is good word, or what is that? What is that old saying?
No news is good news.
No news is good news. Thank you. That's what it was. So when I don't hear anything, I'm assuming that everything is great, because when something goes wrong or if there is a
We hear about it,
complaint,
yeah.
we hear about it.
On other
So thank you. No news is good news.
No, I haven't had any problem with Mace Management either. I was just wondering if there was something anyone else knew, because I've only heard good responses from the few people that have said anything about it. Comparatively bid wise, is there any real cost benefit of going out to bids?
So going out to bid is always a good thing in terms of getting a price. Well, Joe, you might want to jump in on
Okay.
this.
Obviously, we believe in competitive bidding. It does get you the lowest price, usually. The problem with this kind of service, it's very hard to actually quantify different levels of service of a service like this. So yes, you can check off another vendor or hauler and say they can do the job, but is our community going to be satisfied with that? And that's why Gardens and Jupiter and DeQuester haven't gone out to bid for a long time and negotiated contracts. Gardens, I think, signed a 10-year contract with you all, Jeff. So that, and the good thing about those communities, which are very large, we're right in the middle of them, so we get a lot of economies of scale. Because if we had to go out to bid, we're just this little small section that has to be provided. So, so we believe in bidding, but be careful because it's hard to quantify that minute level of service.
Oh, I get that. I'm also along the lines that just because it's cheaper isn't necessarily better.
Correct.
I mean, the numbers seem reasonable to me.
Well, we don't know what the numbers are. We didn't negotiate anything yet.
Going through the
yeah.
service fees on the costs here, right? No?
So
The-
those are existing and
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're looking,
Our-
so.
Right,
going-
so-
Our rate right now is really good, and if you tell me to negotiate with Jeff, you're gonna keep those rates, right, Jeff?
Gonna start sweating.
But if you ask me to do that, we'll try to, the market has had drastic increases. We're not gonna we're gonna let you know that right now, but we'll do our best to negotiate if you go with option one and show you what we can do with negotiating. We haven't started that. We wouldn't do that without going to you and getting direction.
one other thing that I'd like to point out, if I may.
course.
There's a lot of services that Waste Management has offered to the town that are, as Joe mentioned, hard to quantify. So one thing that Waste Management has done for decades is collect our vegetation over at the Public Works Yard. So as you know, our guys are boots on the ground. They're cleaning up palm fronds and
Trimming.
doing a lot of trimmings throughout the weeks and months, and that has to go somewhere. So it goes over to the Public Works Yard, and Waste Management collects that at no extra fee for us. They also had written into our last agreement, well, all of our agreements, any events that we have here at the town center, they collect at no additional charge. They also provide, if you get into the weeds with those two contracts, you'll see on the commercial side that there's a lot of nickel and diming
Incidental.
on different services, such as opening and closing the gates for the dumpsters, providing locking devices. That's a huge thing. It's $1 here, $5 there, $10. And Waste Management does that all for us at no additional cost. So there's some substantial things that they offer service-wise that they don't nickel and dime us to death. So
Our
just a few
residents.
things to point out.
And also, just so everybody knows, about 10 years ago, and I heard Len just say another community has adopted what we did 10 years ago. We changed over all of our condos or large multifamily dwellings to commercial. And that's been because when you have per fixed costs on residential per unit, they have to pay that summer or winter. and we're very seasonal here. So what they can do as a commercial customer, they can dial up or dial down their service when it comes to, so they save a lot of money doing that. Jeff was not happy when I negotiated that in the contract 10 years ago, but the words got out because I heard another city's done it. So we do a lot of things for the residents. The residents are happy, but obviously this is up to you all.
Thank you. Anything else, Alice?
No.
Okay, thanks. Jason?
Couple comments. This is one where it's my initial instinct is that as a fiduciary to the town, it should go out to bid, as our town manager pointed out. But this is also one of those unique services that you only notice it when it's not being done well, and it's going to bite us in a number of different ways, both in terms of cost, quality of life. A lot of credit goes to waste management, in my opinion, as far as the appearance of the town. I know our public works folks work their butts off, but a lot of it is the effort by waste management. On this particular topic, if it ain't broke, don't need to fix it. And the other point that I would say is, it's always easy to make these kinds of decisions when everything's going well and everybody has a glowing review. There's been ups and downs with our experience, and it wasn't so much the service as much as one of the vehicles at some point. And that was what stood out significant to me, because it affected my neighbors and I got an earful of it right away, was how they handled it. After they stepped up to the plate, they acknowledged what the issue was, and they resolved it. And I think they did that with a number of different neighborhoods where, when they realized it was a vehicle issue, in addition to paying and getting the good service, that was one of those situations where it could have gone sideways in a hurry, or the experience with them really could have been negative, and it was just the opposite. The final point that I'll make is whether it was 5 years ago, I remember there's always a municipality out there that we can point to that tried to save a few dollars, and they go with another service provider, and you watch what a headache it becomes for them, both in terms of then having to usually come back in many instances to waste management and try to negotiate from a lesser position. To basically clean up a mess that somebody else left them. And I don't think we need to look further than what's recently gone on in Port St. Lucie, where people have trash piled up on their lawns, and they're claiming that they just can't get the employees, they can't get them to do the job. It all reflects very negatively to not just the town council and the town staff. It really, I mean, you run into health issues, economic issues. So I would say just we've had a great track record with them. Even when there's been a misstep here or there, they've stepped up and handled it. I would say let's go forward with the negotiation effort, and only if we feel like there's some reason it's not competitive would we go elsewhere. But that's it.
Thanks, Jason. Peggy?
I think that competitive bidding is always positive, whether it's from a cost standpoint or if it's from a contractual perspective. Andrea, we already have Waste Pros bid, right, to do our services?
Yes.
So that's through 2026, and that was bid out through SWA.
Right. Okay. So what other companies are there that we would, if we went out to bid, who would we go to?
Jeff, what's your competitors? Sure. I don't have the answer to that.
Give us all of them, Jeff.
Yeah.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. For the record, Jeff Saban, Waste Management. There are a number of competitors regionally, and I think from the standpoint of footprint, potentially as large as Waste Management. But there are some, not necessarily local, but there are competitors in the area. So, but I think that from the standpoint of the marketplace as well, with things that are changing so dramatically, and especially with costs, that now's the time to to move forward but we do have competitors. So I hope I answered the question. Any more specific?
Names?
Oh, some of the providers in the solid waste authorities districts, I think we've got, of course, Waste Pro. I think another one I think is potential. I think it's FCC. They're a firm out of Madrid, Spain. And I'm trying to think of another. Maybe Republic doesn't have another district in the area. They basically kind of pulled out. So it is somewhat limited at this point.
And Waste Pro recently had an issue. Is that correct? They had a
Yes.
problem? Could you?
And for purposes of this is a public record, I'm
Yes.
going to just refer to the fact that I can confirm that some of the statements made just prior about Waste Pro's challenges in the area, but those challenges are expanding to other areas as well. So yeah, they're dealing with a number of service issues for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Um,
Jen.
No,
Am I
you
still
can go
on?
ahead. Yeah.
You want me to continue? So I think WM, as Jeff would tell us, they call waste management now, right? They've moved to WM.
Yes. Effective, I think, during the Phoenix Open, there was a initiative to rebrand the company and to replace the full name Waste Management with WM, the letters, as a way to simplify and to make it branding and easy to say and things like that, and a differentiator as well. So that just rolled out. It is WM. So.
Thank you. Jeff. I think that,
Thank you, JS.
I think waste management does a good job for us, but I do think that perhaps we have staff negotiate the contract with waste management at WM. Let's look at that contract. Let's compare it to Waste Pro. And then, maybe staff can also look at some other companies that they think, would be big enough or be able to take on the service that we have in Juno Beach and do a good job and bring that back to us also. But I don't think bringing it in-house obviously works, so we're not looking at option 4. And North Palm Beach, Len, I just wanted to ask you that question. I know that staff has said that they spoke to the town manager there and they have no interest in doing any piggybacking.
Well, I don't think they were ready to quantify or anything close to that. So,
Okay,
given
not
the
that we would
town's
be
timeframe.
interested. I just, I know that was one of the options. So that's what I would be in favor of.
Really?
Yeah, I think we should have staff negotiate with WM.
And get additional quotes or just negotiate with WM?
I've never had a problem personally. They're very clean, they're professional. Like Jason said, you don't know that there's a problem until it's bad, and we've living here for over almost 12 years, never once have I had an issue. And not only that, but even as a council member, I worked with staff with there's a problem. We worked with staff. They went to Thirsty Turtle. It was taken care of immediately. That response time was not even days. I just
Okay.
think staff should negotiate a
Okay.
contract with Waste Management.
Okay, thank you.
And not do a comparison then? No comparison,
have-
just
We have
negotiate.
we have one in hand.
Right.
So
So
that could
not,
be our comparison.
not bring it back to council or bring it back just the waste management contract? Because I'm for letting them compare and show us the difference and bringing that and presenting that to us.
Right, well, we already
That-
have the other one.
Well, you have
So they
Waste
can-
Pro, right?
Right,
Yeah,
we have
so
Waste
will
Pro,
be
they
able
can
to
compare it and
take a
tell
look
us.
at Both of them.
Exactly.
Yeah,
They'll
okay.
negotiate the contract. We already have the other one. They can let us know.
Yeah, and
Are there any-
anecdotally, Town of Hypoluxo did go out to bid, and they have Waste Management now, WM. Waste Management was the only one that bid, so they only received one bid.
Thank you. Does any member of the public have a comment on this?
I did receive one public comment through the web form. Bill and Mary Ann Colmer, 712 Bay Colony Drive. We moved to Juno Beach in 1974, first living in a single-family home, then a townhouse, and now a condominium. Through the years, we have realized the importance of professional, reliable trash pickup and recycling services, qualities you cannot put a price tag on. During my 12 years on the Juno Beach Town Council, I experienced firsthand the loyalty and commitment of Waste Management to the town of Juno Beach. These traits continue today. Please extend our contract in partnership with Waste Management. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you. Nancy?
I promise I'm not shilling for WM, but I agree that I think we should, information is good, facts are friendly. If we have multiple bids, let's be informed. But I have to say thank you to Waste Management because they're so good for being such a huge corporation. Just the other day, I was dragging my palm fronds out to the front and the guys were, already passing by. They saw me out of the rearview mirror, stopped, came back, took the stuff from my hands. I don't get that level of service from my son. So thank you.
Thank you. So.
Is that a relative? Is that a relative of yours? Okay, just want to make sure.
Jeff's always got a plan.
Make sure you
So-
call on it. They get a green light card, something.
So I think what I'm hearing is Peggy would be the only one looking for additional quotes to compare? No, is that what you said?
No, so go ahead and negotiate with. Waste
Negotiate,
WM.
bring that price
And
back.
We'll bring that price back. And then the positive aspect is that as you look at, all of the items that are on the list, and maybe there's something you'll see there that you say, hey, the drop-offs or the commercial part of this, we could negotiate a little bit better. So it's all positive to do it that way. Yeah.
Well, maybe I can make you feel a little, if I expand what I'm going to do, I'm going to look at the market before I even negotiate with them. So I'm going to look at the current market and then see so if that helps.
Yeah. So, and you'll just bring it back to us and let us know the difference between that.
I'm
Yeah.
just not going to go to the competitors and get a price. I'm just going to look at the contracts that are out there and use that as a benchmark and then obviously see where.
And what I was asking for there is just a list of some of the other competitors that were maybe mentioned or that you know of, just to tell us where they are in the pecking order,
That's
This
what I wanted
one
to
is
do.
not going to be capable of handling our service in the town of Juno Beach. We would not want to go with this one because of their reputation. I was just curious. So it's mainly just kind of a list so that
It's
we
just hard to
know.
give those antidotes where we're not going to go with them. So
Yeah.
it's.
Yeah,
it's
if there's
hard to-
no, if
it's-
you
it's-
don't feel that their staff doesn't feel that there's someone.
I'm going to
like this, I
do
understand
my
that
work
too.
to negotiate and that's part of getting the market pricing.
Thank you.
So is this something we need consensus to?
Yeah, I'd like to get consensus on option one or any other option.
So do we want to give consensus to for Joe to negotiate with WM, do market comparables, and then bring that information back to council at a later meeting?
I'm not going to bring market comparables back to you. I'm going to use them in my negotiations.
I see, okay, and then just bring us. a
And it's
price.
not just me. I'm going to have Andrea and Nat, as we normally are.
And then
We're a team. We're going to negotiate a
And
contract.
then you bring us a price?
Yes,
for
and
a
then,
vote.
and then if you don't like that price, you can always go out to bid.
I would be in favor of that. Is anybody opposed or have any? No? Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
Yes.
Next item 15 on the agenda, public hearing and first reading on ordinance number 752, amending the town's truck route regulations. Town attorney?
Yes, Mayor. An ordinance of the Town Council, of the Town of Juno Beach, Florida, amending Article 4, Truck Routes of Chapter 30, Traffic and Vehicles of the Town Code of Ordinances, revising the definitions and regulations and providing for enforcement by civil citation, providing for codification, severability, conflicts, and an effective date. So I did distribute a revised version, and I'll explain that as I kind of go through the ordinance. So we did have a truck route ordinance, but we never had a mechanism to enforce it.
No teeth.
We did establish US 1 and Donald Ross Road as the truck routes, but we didn't really have a mechanism. So in conjunction, staff went back through the ordinance and we sort of refined it and added that enforcement mechanism. So we changed the definitions up a little bit. The trucks that we're talking about are over 10,000. It has a gross vehicle weight in excess of 10,000 pounds, which under the Florida statutes makes it a commercial vehicle. The routes are established as Donald Ross and US 1, and then it's prohibited on other local streets unless otherwise provided. Now, the way the regulations read, they can deviate at the nearest intersection. Well, we have the issue with Mars and with Olympus being cut throughs. So what the revision actually did was we added a provision that said, notwithstanding that, generally you have to go to the closest intersection when you're deviating from the established truck route, that you cannot use either Mars or Olympus as through truck routes. And only if you were originating there or that was your destination point, can you be on either Mars or Olympus. So they would, for the condos, mostly they'd have to use Ocean over cutting through either Mars or Olympus. And then did add a provision allowing the posting of no through truck signs because of the Mars and Olympus issue, and added a provision about enforcement that, if the police believes that someone's in violation, they can ask to see their logs, to see where they're going to and from, to see whether they're violating the provisions of the article. And then the only way, because it's not a moving violation as provided for in Florida statutes, the only way we can enforce it is through a civil citation, which is essentially a code citation. So we did add language that allows the police department to issue civil citations, and with some pretty hefty fines of a first offense, 150, second, 300, and third, 450. So that's the overview. If you have any specific questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thanks. Should we do public
I
hearing?
know the chief would be happy to answer questions.
Caitlin, oh, sorry. Caitlin, did we get any public comments?
Not that I received for this item.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the audience? No? Alex, do you want to start us off?
Sure. I obviously support this. I live right on the back door of Olympus, and it's a tight road, and I've heard all the stories from Mars Way as well. So as is, I think it's a great change.
Thanks you. Jason?
No comments.
Peggy?
Yeah, I think as long as the ordinance has been updated, because I think that was important to the residents of Mars Way, and I looked at it and it looks fine. So we've all got a copy of that. So I'm fine. I'm fine with approving the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Elaine?
Yeah, I'm fine with approving the ordinance. I'm just going to ask one little question, and I think this is more of a staff question. With the signs, I really dislike sign pollution. I think it just takes away from our town. And is there any way we can consolidate them? I know they're important. I know we need them, but just maybe look into somehow, maybe possibly.
Help me on this one, Frank. It was one of the consensus of doing all the things we did to Mars. One of them was to put signage on US 1 and Ocean. And we did get approval from
No, we're in
from-
the review process
Of
for
DOT.
FDOT and
Well, we did get approval from the county.
from the county. Yeah, so.
And can you explain how many signs that would be?
Yeah, so in order for the signage to be effective, you need 2 on each road. So 2 on US Highway 1, 2 on Donald Ross Road, obviously one going, not Donald Ross Road, I'm sorry, Ocean Drive. One going southbound, the other one going northbound. So that's 2 on each road. FDOT is very specific on the locations. That's why we needed a field permit, which we applied for 2 months ago, I believe. They're still reviewing it. And that's why they haven't actually gone up. But as Joe mentioned, the county did give us their verbal okay to move forward with Ocean Drive. We're just waiting for the FDOT approval so that we can do it both, so that we can do it all at once.
Thank you.
I have one question. Where is our nearest scale?
I know, I had that question.
In item section 30-122, it says the chief of police shall have the authority to require any person driving or in control of the commercial vehicle to proceed to a public or private scale. Do we have one
We know where a
anywhere
scale is.
nearby?
Oh, okay. Solid Waste Authority.
Military.
Oh, yeah.
Put it in the microphone, please.
Yeah, it's on military.
It's on military north of Donald Ross.
Yes.
Is a solid waste.
So you would escort them there to weigh? the
Absolutely
truck?
not.
No. Just checking.
Good estimate.
Or Publix has that too.
That's,
Okay.
I asked that
Scale.
same question, Dee. I was like, you gonna weigh them?
I mean, okay, I mean,
think
is
any
it feasible to keep that there, just
Yeah,
that
because
language?
we
Yeah.
feel any box truck or.
Any box truck or larger.
Or
tractor
larger,
trailer.
we feel that's who we're gonna, the complaints we get from our tow trucks and, large, what do you call those things would carry the gravel and everything?
Dump truck.
Dump
Dump
trucks.
trucks, just thought of that word. So those are the complaints we get.
Do commercial trucks, are they required by law to have a proof of weight document or something like that? Or, I mean, is there anything, so let's say you pulled somebody over, looking at section 3126 and, the truck looks like it would be in the range of a type of truck that wouldn't be allowed on the street. Can they argue it with you and say, oh no, my truck is 9,999
They can
pounds?
see the magistrate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so that's
it-
how it would work. if
He
they
would write the
wanted-
ticket.
So that if the police department issues a citation, they could always appeal it to the magistrate.
So you wouldn't ask them for any documents on?
No,
the
I
moment.
mean, like I said, just from, I know trucks a
Yeah,
little bit.
okay.
If you have a box truck, it's gonna be over 10,000 pounds.
Okay.
And so, we're not looking to do delivery vehicles, pickup trucks, even landscape vehicles. We're talking about trucks,
Okay.
so. Really, once you get to a box truck or bigger, you're way over 10,000.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Diana, you have a comment?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. Diana Davis, 440 Sunset Way. I just wanted to mention Park Avenue. Is it Park Avenue or Park Street? They get a lot of trucks there. They're over behind Tire Kingdom. And if you're going to say Olympus and Mars, you should add them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. That's a good point. At one point last year, a resident did bring it to my attention that trucks doing deliveries to the Thirsty Turtle were going down the road
They're going behind.
behind. But then I went back there
How do they get
and
there?
I didn't see a through way.
There is an access.
Is there an access from Park?
Because I rode my bike through there
That's
and
where
didn't
the
see it.
dumps, that's where the dumpsters at. There is an access, yeah.
So-
That's where they turn around for the dumpster.
And
Through there.
what they were telling me was that they were getting a lot of wear and tear on their road as a result of that, in addition to the noise and the disturbance. So in all fairness, can we add
Yeah.
Park?
Yeah, absolutely. If that's the council's direction, it's going to come back for second reading. So if you want me to add that, I'll be more than
Yeah,
happy to.
thank you,
Doesn't the-
Diana, for the reminder.
Len, just to clarify, doesn't the ordinance cover basically any route
It
other
does,
than?
but if you want to designate, see the way, the posting and the Mars and Olympus, like you can't use them as a through. The other ones, it's generally prohibited on all the other streets, but if they're the closest way to get there.
It is.
Now, Mars and Olympus are natural streets for trucks to use because you're going to Ocean. But I mean, if they're gonna go, Park Street, it seems pretty logical to me, make them go around to Donald Ross and access over there instead of going through the neighborhood and accessing.
But I think you have to put in Park Street because it
Yeah.
is,
No, that's
the
fine.
closest way to get in that way because they
Yeah.
go in the back way.
So unless so Park Street would be one of those streets that unless they're going to Park Street, they really shouldn't be on Park Street.
Correct.
Okay.
So we'll have consensus to bring this back with the.
Yeah, it'll come back
change?
on second and I'll make that change. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Do we need signage with that? I don't think so. Do we need? Yeah, I guess we do.
Wow.
Well, it's a town street. We can do it anyway. It's a town street.
Yeah, that's a local street.
Yeah, it's one of our streets. So we can handle that.
Okay. So we're gonna
Now, how are
have,
we gonna do Olympus? Do we have signs on Olympus?
Not yet, but we're gonna talk about that. Do you need to have signs? to
No,
enforce
you
it?
don't need to have the signs.
So we
but
don't,
If
that was,
you're.
that was my point.
How would they know?
It's a
that?
deterrent, right? How would they know? Now, everyone's theoretically charged with knowledge of what the codes are in cities they go to, but they would not know unless we
Right, I mean,
posted it.
they may know that there are certain streets they can't go
Right.
down, but how would they know which streets not to go down?
Yeah, they wouldn't unless they researched it
is there any way to issue
without signage.
information, a notification to any companies,
He can do warnings for a while, but it's just gonna be,
but no way to alert them?
this is like speeding. It's-
Yeah,
it's-
like who knows where they're coming from?
Yeah.
Right, it's almost gonna be like speeding. You have to just ticket people after a
It
while.
would be.
We give a lot of
warnings.
warnings, before we start writing citations, so we'll be
Can
fair.
we send, well, the residents of these streets, can we make them aware somehow? You know,
They are aware. Mars
They're
is-
aware.
but that we're adding specific language for them, like on Park, for instance.
No, the park, they don't know that. Yeah, we can.
Maybe just notify them, so this way they can be vigilant, because now there'll be some mechanism for enforcement.
We can publish it.
Yeah, I mean, they can go on the town website that we're doing this. We can
We'll
do
think
last
about it
email.
at staff. It's a good point.
if you could send them an email or, look up their addresses and just say, please be informed, this applies to you.
Okay.
Or something like that.
That's a good idea.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I clarify one thing? Was there a consensus to include Park Street?
Yes.
Yes.
There was.
Thank you.
Yes.
And I will do that on second reading.
Okay, item 16, discussion on.
Oh, we need a
We need a
motion.
motion.
We need a motion to
Sorry.
approve on first reading.
I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance number 752, amending the town truck route regulations on first reading.
Second.
A second, or is it going to be on second reading because?
No, it's first.
As
So this
amended,
is just
yeah.
first
As
reading.
amended.
So there's a motion and a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And if I may add a little discussion about the reflectors on that street, I know that some of the residents there were not happy with the noise that the reflectors are making. And so I was alerted to that. And if you were on Mars, you'd understand as the cars pass over those reflectors, it makes a noise. And that's why they didn't want to do the speed humps on that particular road also. So they were not aware that the reflectors were going in and didn't really have a chance to discuss it prior. So I think maybe for them, they should come back with a petition to council or to staff, and then staff can bring it to council to see if there's an interest, a majority of them that would like to have those reflectors taken out, and perhaps council can make the decision or staff can make the decision to take those out.
I can tell you the history of it if you'd like. That a couple of the residents have asked us to remove the reflectors. You're correct. And we took it to senior staff, and obviously the chief and public works is there, and they believe it is an additional, it's not required, but they believe it is an additional safety feature. Just remember, in some of the comments we got, they're still complaining about speeding, and then they want us to remove something that would enhance the visibility of other cars at night, that's what reflectors do. So we actually did take it to Mr. Kelly, and we said, Mr. Kelly, what do you think? We're getting a couple of comments. I don't know how the majority of the street is. And Mr. Kelly does not recommend removing them. So staff doesn't recommend removing them, nor does Mr. Kelly. So just want to let you know.
Something that I think that.
But if it's a quality of life thing, that's why you guys can override.
Right. And so I think that would be beneficial for them to get a petition going and bring it back to council. And then we could take a look at it from all perspectives.
Is a petition needed or, I mean, I met with them about a week or so ago. I wasn't going to bring it up in this item, but I stood there with them on the street and it's nonstop thumping because the street's not wide enough for the cars to avoid going over those reflectors, and it's pretty annoying. Marsway residents pointed out that they have streetlights on that street and that the new yellow lines are reflective. So they didn't feel that they needed the reflectors on top of that the safety was never an issue. It was the speeding and the traffic and the volume and things like that. I mean, safety is an issue. I shouldn't say not an issue, but that there were no accidents because we didn't have reflectors on that street.
It's an added level of safety. So
if they want it, they need to have a petition.
they don't need, you guys can tell us to remove them. I'm not going to tell you that you can't do that. You can decide amongst yourselves, or do you want to get more input? I don't know how, like I said, Peggy's saying, I don't even know how the majority likes those reflectors. I don't know.
So
I've heard.
that's why I think we should have at least, a majority of the residents asking to have them removed.
That's
before
sound
we should
advice,
take-
because again, we don't know. But then you're still going to be, even if the majority wants to have them, but at least you'll know the number. It's still your decision to remove them or not because of safety.
Do we instruct or ask staff to contact the residents and survey their interest in that, or how do you want to work that?
It's
Or put it on as an
or
agenda
we-
item?
Or we can make it organic.
I think they're going to be bringing in a petition.
Jane will be talking to you tomorrow. So, and she's definitely one of those that wants to see them removed.
Yes. But how would we survey the remaining residents?
They'll do it for themselves.
Okay.
If you want to make it organic, or you want us to make it, because, is that okay?
All right.
I'm okay with letting them bring it to their
Okay.
concerns to us.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 16, discussion on succession planning for town manager. this was an item put on the agenda from last month. So Alex, do you have any comments on this? I think the point of this, we're not going to go over the whole succession plan, but maybe it's more of a discussion of what direction or timeline we basically like to see this go in and how to expedite it or next steps.
Well, I'd like to see us put together some sort of a committee to begin the search. And I think Joe should be on that, and maybe we should get a few interested residents, maybe a council member or something along those lines. I think that's the way to go. And from there, they can vet candidates and search. I think that would be my view on how to do it.
Can you repeat that, Alex? I'm sorry.
I was just figuring we have essentially a search committee with Joe on it and any interested citizens that might be willing to help, along with maybe one council member, and we begin the process of a search and vetting.
Can I give you some?
Yeah, Joe has a comment.
Yeah, give you some my observations. Even though Nancy says I'm young, thank you, Nancy. I've been doing this job for a long time, and I've been in government for now over 37 years. I've seen this process done right where it went wrong. I've seen it done where it was just wrong and it went wrong. And that's one of the biggest goals on there is right on there is this should be a decision of you all, not the residents. It's definitely you are hiring this person. They have to serve for you, and it has to be, our goal is to be unanimous on that decision. It's very important that there's skin in the game, not from the residents, from them, that they're picking that person. So that might sound good about a resident, and Alex is a good idea. I'm not saying it's not, but again, I've got a lot of experience in this, and I've seen it done wrong. Del Rey had 8 managers in 7 years. And so it's I had to mention that one because everyone talks about that one. But it does sound like a good idea, but it's really all a staff is doing here is assisting and facilitating. It's your pick. It's your town manager for the next, hopefully, decades. So it's got to be you all. We're just here to facilitate it, and the process can start a month earlier, whatever the timing is. That's not, but this is the best plan I've come up with that over years and years of experience, seen it done right and seen it done wrong. So I'm here to help you. I'm here to get you the best person you can all get. But getting citizens is just, I'm a little leery of that one.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. Jason, do you have any thoughts?
Just adding that with the proposed timeline, Joe, my understanding is that really there has been some recent updates as far as the Florida Retirement System's drop program, and that may have some impact on it. Essentially almost presents a potential fork in the road. You'd have to have 2 willing parties, but at the same time, and there needs to be a policy that would be workable. But this is one of those variables out there that has changed recently and could have some impact between now and October.
It can change again because the session, I think the drop was extended, 3 years for a police officer or something? Yeah, I think that's what you're talking about. Again, that's why this works, this plan. We'll update you. We'll update you on my status, and we'll have those discussions at the right appropriate time, in my opinion. Timing does make a difference.
And just for clarification, it's if the policy at the drop program were to change, it's currently that there'd have to be a 6-month gap, if I understand it.
Correct. Currently, we could not make a deal with me or any town manager or any person in the FRS. They would have to leave the office or leave employment for 6 months, and you could not make a deal with that person. You could not have a handshake. You could not say, wink, wink, you're going to come back. It's basically, that's why I wrote it the best way I could. You delay the process.
And that was my understanding. That's why I was comfortable with the proposed timeline.
This is something that just happened, this change, just recently. When did
Yeah,
that
but
happen?
it really doesn't change my
Right,
position at
right.
all because it's only for police officers. I believe that's what he's talking about. So right now they tweak it a little bit every year. I remember I thought it was a year. Now it's 6 months.
It was a year and they dropped it to 6.
And it was, now the police officers are so in demand and there's such a shortage of police officers on a statewide level that they've increased the time for drop to 8 years instead of 5.
So the thought process here is that if they do the same thing for town managers, that you would be eligible possibly in 6 months to be able to come back and manage the
Well,
town.
right now I could come back in 6 months.
No, I understand. We all
Right,
understand that.
Right, but we don't know what the law is going to change. The laws change July 1st of every year. So I don't think anything's going to change. I'm not planning on anything going to change. I mean, I don't
But
hear
if it did, is that something you're interested in?
Yes,
Coming back to work for the town of Juno Beach?
yeah, I would entertain it, yes.
Okay.
At this moment, we don't know what's going to happen in October.
Right. So, if that's still going to be there, no matter when we start the succession planning, I think. I wanted to see if we can move it up a bit because I know there's things that can interfere and impede the council from moving forward, such as, if that doesn't work out, Joe, and the council agreed to move forward with something, we want to be able to have enough time. We might have to search wider areas. We might have to, the individuals that we want to come in for interviews might not be able to make it in at certain periods of time, and we only meet once a month. So that time actually flies. So I was hoping we could move some of this up to start in July instead of October. But I'd also like us to maybe get prepared for a search firm and maybe have search firms available that we can start getting pricing from, the cost of what a search firm would be in case we do need to use them. It's not that we have to engage them, but at least we can, go out and get the cost for that. So I really wanted to start thinking about all of that sooner than later. And if something else works out in the meantime, and if that's what council would prefer to do, then that's always an option. But I think we need to move forward with whatever our plans were before finding out about this drop in the program, the drop program changes, I guess it's called, right?
Okay, thank you, Peggy. Elaine?
So you actually have what Peggy is saying in December?
I'm sorry?
You have.
Yeah,
in your plan, you have
I've
it in
talked to obviously some headhunters already, and they said 5 months is enough to complete the whole process. It actually, there's issues of keeping it too long of a process. So obviously, I put a lot of work into this plan, and it's, again, a month or two earlier, but starting it now, I mean, they're all competitively priced. There's only 2 or 3 people that I know of that does government headhunting. And it's very simple. You just get informal bids, you bring them in here, you interview them, you pick one. It's that simple, in my opinion. And I would guide you again through this and help you and facilitate through the process.
I'm going to say I'm going to stay with your plan. Like you said, maybe move it up a month or so, but I'm going to rely on your expertise and, just, you can't hire someone too soon because they have to move here and then have 2 of you anyway.
You can't have 2 of me.
Yeah, you can't have them too early either. So I agree. I'm going to stick with your plan, maybe move it up a month or so, but.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, I would like to see the plan moved up a bit. I'm also interested in getting prices just to see where we stand. I think it's important to just get some numbers, maybe for the, May or June
It's not-
agendas.
it's not hard to get.
Yeah, I'd like to, have us evaluate some numbers and have the opportunity, maybe even to speak to representatives from those companies. Would they give a presentation to us and tell us why that they're the best one to select?
Yeah.
So that we're not just shopping by price alone or
Right,
marketing alone.
I definitely don't recommend selection by price alone.
Yeah, I'd like to get a presentation and, then we can really evaluate them better.
Again, but that's taking everything out of sequence. So You see what I'm saying? Everything in here has got a meaning for it.
Yeah.
And if you take it out of sequence,
What
'cause-
what happens if we,
because you don't even know if you're gonna do it internal versus external.
I mean, is that something we need to vote on then? My preference honestly is to go external and bring in a professional manager, somebody who is experienced, yeah, who's experienced in managing a town.
No, we're talking two different things then.
What?
A
Oh,
professional
internal
recruiter-
review.
a
Okay.
Professional recruiter
Versus internal recruiting.
versus we hire people all day long.
Okay.
So instead of us doing it,
Mhm.
we can do it. And I've seen it done very successfully in-house. And I would go over those pros and cons at the appropriate month, saying, these are the advantages of having a headhunter and, and telling you what the estimated costs are, and you can interview the 2 or 3 firms that do it. And those decisions would be done on a timely basis.
I mean, is this something council should speak about now, whether we want to use an internal review process versus external?
So, Joe, can you explain the internal review process?
Internal is just like we hire a chief or hire anybody else. It's,
You would hire the individual.
we wouldn't
search
hire
firm.
anybody. Again, we're only facilitating.
suggest the
So we
search
would
firm.
create the marketing document. We would send it out to the League of Cities and all the people that we know. They're going to send it to the same places we do. A lot of city managers like myself stay on. They say, stay on for 3 months and can you do the process for us when they do it internally? So it's not unheard of. It's done a lot, but some people like to have, again, when we have that month, I'll tell you the pluses and minuses, but a lot of people like to have a third party they can have some kind of filter. But it's basically, you come up, just like I said, you come up with a plan that shows the state of the town, the issues of the town, what the challenges are going to be in the next 5 years. Who do you think is going to write that? It's going to be us writing all that. So we're going to be involved either way. It's just how much involvement. Now, what does a recruiter do? A recruiter shelters the public record. Is it still public record, Len? That's what I had to investigate, that question. I think it.
I don't
know.
I don't know the answer off the top of my head. I haven't
Okay.
looked at that. I'll have to look at it.
So there's things I would have to investigate on that, the public record law on that. But people believe that when you have a recruiter, it gets to a bigger audience. They know candidates that are out there like myself. If I was out there and called up somebody and said, I'm interested in a job next year, they think they have an insider scoop. So those are some of the advantages.
So you would, in the internal scenario, you would do the vetting of the candidates?
No,
No.
we would facilitate.
You facilitate it.
We
so
would
who-
get all the paperwork, but.
So then we're
it's-
vetting the candidates.
100%. It's all, you guys got to pick this person. You might tell us, why don't you just get it down to 15 people or get rid of the people that don't even meet the minimum requirements? Because you're going to have so many people that don't meet the minimum requirements and don't meet the education requirements, don't meet any of these things. And we can go and facilitate for you and show you the applications that we believe don't meet that. So we can help you through the process. But Len, you want to add anything versus internal versus external?
I've seen it both ways as well. I mean, North Palm Beach has gone through a couple of managers since I've been there, and you can do it either way. I mean, they were actually more successful doing it in-house. That's what you're asking.
Yeah, I've seen both ways being successful.
I guess, but in North Palm, that was sort of unique because Andy, at that time, the timing was right. He was leaving Jupiter and
He
it just
was
sort of
leaving, but
aligned.
they also did have another qualified when they hired Andy, there was somebody else who was pretty well qualified as well. It was down to 2 candidates.
My preference would be to use a recruiting firm. I mean, I'd like to see, maybe the documents and obviously, the town specific information provided to a recruiting firm to use in their process. Am I not understanding that? I'd like to see a recruiting firm, and I don't know if that's something we need to decide tonight.
It's a consensus, but it doesn't have to be decided tonight.
No.
We're not even
So,
prepared.
well, let's maybe bring it back on another agenda where we can discuss it more at length or make it a goal-setting item.
Again, if we do it a month earlier, it's going to be the October. That's what we're going to talk about in October. So it's already on the agenda to be discussed.
I think we need to talk about it sooner, it seems.
It's up to you.
Would anybody like to see this schedule moved up by a month or two, and specifically like July or August?
I've already stated that I would.
Yeah.
Yes.
Same here.
Okay, Jason, do you?
I was fine with October. I'm fine with September. It sounds like there's information that's likely to come out in July that may or may not have an impact. So I don't know that moving it up more than a month or two really changes a whole lot. I think that's a key piece of information.
How about we bring it back in August? Does that make sense to do that?
Well, I have a question about that, Jason. Does that mean that if that is an option, then you would prefer just, if that happens, then you would want to give Joe another opportunity to be town manager? And that's why you want to wait for the July? Because if we look at it either way, I'm a little confused on why you would wait unless you know
I think
presently that you would rather have Joe stay on as town manager.
I'm looking at what's taken place in Jupiter recently, what's taken place in, I'm thinking even Tequesta. I'm thinking, if you look at our local municipalities, the turnover, I know, Jupiter's looking for, they're all that effort to use, headhunter firms and bring what they think is the next great from Texas or wherever it is. It hasn't always worked out as well as it would seem to on paper. We've got somebody who not only looks young, he is young, and he's done a great job for the town. And to the extent there's a possibility that he would be in consideration for it, it gives us an opportunity to potentially plan around that as a significant option. And trying to rush it in a different direction and gather information while you're still hitting the pause button, I don't think you're getting any real high quality substantive information other than, okay, here's a couple of recruiting firms that are out there. So I'd want to see what, if any, change in policy took place in July. I'd say you give it another month or so after that. So if you move up the proposed timeline from where it's got a date and an action plan, I think we've got our script. I would see no problem moving it to September 2022. I don't know that trying to move it up to June, July, you're going to get this information, and it could, again, be a fork in the road.
So Joe, do you think this information will be available in July? If it's going to come out, will it come out in July?
Let me not give you false hopes. I don't think there's going to be a change. If I had to guess, I don't think there's going to be a change. So it could be a long shot, but because there is obviously personnel issues throughout a lot of industries, but and they just make a ton of money. Believe it or not, the drop is such a ripoff because they're actually paying the person, the retiree, his retiree, and you're still paying a percentage to nothing. So the economics of it are unbelievable. So I don't know why they don't extend it, because they're making a lot of money on the FRS on drops. But again, I don't want to get into the economics of this, but because it's very confusing, but I don't see a change. So it's really delaying the process, that 6 months. And again, it's not, there's a lot of external and internal factors on why I put these numbers together. And I'll just state it in a simple way. Remember, all department heads are at-will employees. And some people, when there's a lot of switchover, they change department heads. So there's always good, this plan makes sense for a lot of good reasons.
So am I okay? You can hear me? I did have a chance to talk to some other municipalities, and 6 months is cutting it too close. I'd still like to see us start something in July, whether it's looking for a search firm.
It's not 6 months, but again, we can start.
I would like to see something sooner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just in case there's any.
And not
This is
engaging.
your
Yeah.
plan. Again, this is I'm just trying to get you through it successfully. I will give 110% and this is what I believe will give you the best success. But it's not 6 months, it's October. I'm leaving in July. So it's more than 6 months, but
Just in case there's any unintended or unexpected hitches. Yeah,
Yeah, we can move it up. It's up to you.
I would do July or August.
Up to you.
Does anybody have a preference? Other than, I think Peggy and I are the only ones who want to make it earlier or sooner.
I'm on board for earlier too.
Do you have, what are your thoughts, July or August or?
I mean, we're that
September?
close. I don't think either one matters. August is fine with me.
Oh,
I think, I think we need to outline specifically what we, if we want to stay with this particular action items on the July date, or are we moving everything up, or do we want a search firm to, bring some suggestions on search firms to us so that we can look at them? Pricing, Joe, is it something that you can just call and give us pricing? Do you have to have our approval to do that?
No, I could.
I mean, we can-
I could tell you what it is right now. It's roughly $40,000. I mean, it's not like unheard of, the numbers.
So we
We
can-
know the numbers. Roughly, obviously, everything's gone up lately, but that's what the rough numbers are, right, Len?
would we not do it like an RFQ or something like that?
I don't think you need to, because like I said, there's only a few players. So what you do is you invite all three, I only know of two players, but someone told me there's a third, so I would investigate that. Do you know of any?
I know two.
Yeah, I know two, but someone said there's a third, but I'll investigate that. And I would have them all give their bid, make a presentation, and see if you guys pick one. Again, this plan makes a lot of sense. I've seen it done right and I've seen it done wrong. So this, moving it up a month is not a big deal. So want to move it up a month, but taking things out of order don't make sense to me.
I would like to see it moved up.
Okay.
That's,
Yeah, I would too.
I think it's important,
Pick a month. Just whatever month you guys want to do.
let's say August.
Okay.
How's that? If
August,
that
good.
works and, if we're ahead of schedule, well then, okay.
It's fine.
Then there's more time for an orientation or whatever else might have to happen.
Up to you all.
Does that sound okay? Do we have a consensus for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, the first month will be August.
Were there any public comments on this? Just Nancy, do you want? I guess it's after the fact.
I think that what's not been stated is, we've talked in Juneau about goals and objections and big picture and the vision thing. And instead of reacting to the developer du jour or the problem du jour, we want to think bigger and better. And we want council to focus on policy, get up in the crow's nest, set direction. Staff executes on that. That's the way it's supposed to work. And so from a vision thing perspective, and given the fact that we have had the same town manager very effectively for 20 years, I think it's a real opportunity for this council, one of whom has been on for, about 3 hours, to get a chance to talk together and work together to decide, okay, so what is the job description of the town manager? Can we tweak it? Do we want to tweak it? It's 20 years later. The world has changed. Our needs have changed. We as citizens, I think, want a bigger look here. And so what has changed? Do we have the purview to change any aspect of the job description? Do we want to? Okay, now, who is our ideal candidate? Theoretically, what does this person want? How much do we pay them? Do we want them to live in town? Would that be a preference? Would we be allowed to, consider that when we make our decisions in hiring somebody finally? And is there a professional organization out there, whether it's a citizens group or an ad hoc group or whatever? Joe, obviously, more about how this town runs. Your input would be very valuable. I don't think it's appropriate that you choose your successor, but I think your input into this process would be extremely valuable. And then present, whether it's with an outside firm or a committee that does some of the legwork and presents council, yes. Once council decides what they want from this job and from this person, it might be exactly where we were 20 years ago. I think it won't be. Use this opportunity and then hire somebody. It's well worth the $30,000 we'd pay them to get a look at the market, including any internal candidates. and then you benchmark them against each other. You might have the best candidate here, but information is power. And I urge you to consider, meeting and discussing and doing it sooner rather than later. And I don't think we should go to Texas to find someone. I think they should know their way to Tallahassee, though.
Thank you. Thanks, Nancy. Okay,
And
so,
I think Nancy's right. I think we need to look coastal first and, regional and then go up from there. But, there's criteria for filling this seat. And I think those are all things that we need to look at, and, doing that sooner than later is it's good, in putting that in, to some kind of working document.
okay, thank you. So comments from town manager.
I'm going to defer because I got a couple. Staff's going to make some presentations. So no comments.
Oh. Okay, comments from town attorney.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Comments from staff.
I'll go first, since, never mind. So just as an update, at the last planning and zoning board meeting, which was Monday, staff had a discussion on the lecture series that was, recommended by council as well. So go back to PNC. So just to give you an update, the PNC did discuss this item. They're talking about having the lecture series possibly on the same day as the PNC meeting, just to make it easier on everybody that does travel that day. They're looking to possibly have the lecture series last between 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and then possibly have a Q&A at the end, but no longer than 60 minutes. The topics would vary and they would be decided by the planning and zoning board member. They're not looking at having a meeting or a lecture series every month, but just as needed. And the professionals would be, the professions that come to do the lecture series would be professionals such as architects and realtors. But they could, they would go to the PNC board. The PNC board members could call up a professional that they know, bring those names to staff, and then staff would make that invitation, for them to come. Right now, what I would like is a consensus from town council to continue this discussion with the planning and zoning board and finalize the details at a future meeting. Len, did I miss anything? I believe that was it.
No, that was pretty much it. Their first topic they were talking about was architecture. That was.
Yes. We had possibly 2 architects that could have that conversation with us, but again, that hasn't been, but we haven't finalized any details.
That was just discussion.
A discussion.
So from my understanding, when this was brought up, it's to educate, instruct, give them guidelines, help them understand more of the topics that are happening at P&Z level. Is that correct?
That is correct. But once the conversation started, this would also be for the public, not just the planning and zoning board members. And the Q&A part would be both from the board and from the public.
Okay.
I'm good with that. Does anybody else have any thoughts? So we have consensus to
Thank you.
continue the discussion.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yes.
Staff?
So in the spirit of trying to hold a community event, staff's been kind of kicking around some ideas. So we were thinking of, for May the 26th, is doing a sort of a food truck event, having again, this is just up for discussion, having music, a band of some sort, town providing its, usual beverages, and then having food trucks, a few food trucks out for food to be purchased. If that is something that council is okay with, or if you have any other ideas or suggestions, we're happy to hear about it. But again, just trying to get something, kind of back in the works to, kind of get the residents gathered at the town center.
I noticed on our calendar, there was sort of a shifting picnic. Is that in addition to the picnic?
No,
It's
that
separate?
is in place of.
Oh, in place of the
right, yeah,
picnic.
right.
Okay.
Yeah. This is post-COVID. It's to get people out, spread them out. The picnic we thought was too condensed and very labor intensive for staff
And it would
with
just,
COVID. So this is spreading out the duties, and getting us back into having events. So we were mulling this around and we think it's a good idea. We would provide, the town would pay for the entertainment and the beer and wine and some water, but then you would just,
Desserts and, yeah,
we're not,
popcorn.
we're not sure
Oh,
about,
yeah.
we're not sure about desserts. We'll talk about to the Civic Association, but it's just another event to just do on the north side and the east side of the lake and spread people out and just start having events again.
Again, the date proposed is May 26th, which is a Thursday, would be the Thursday after the Wednesday council
I
meeting.
think that's a good idea.
That's the Thursday before Memorial Weekend.
Correct, yeah.
I would be in favor of that. Does anybody?
I love the idea. I think it's great.
Okay.
You guys, thank you for.
You should
coming
hear
up
the
with that.
menu, Peggy. I was like,
Let's get going.
he got us hungry when he was talking about it.
Yeah,
I'll bring a seafood truck, I'll bring a wings truck, barbecue.
Okay, so is it a go? Do you need anything else from us?
Just need
Is
consensus.
there a budget that we need?
We have funds for these community events, so it's just, again, to try something different to start us,
And if anybody's a part of a band, we're.
I have a friend who, I have a friend with a
who has
band.
yeah, let us know.
Send them their
I'll s-
Facebook page or whatever. We'll take a look at
Oh,
them.
well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Any other staff? Caitlin?
Yes, just to let council know that the next Planning and Zoning Board meeting is Monday, April 4th at 5:30. The Tour de Force event is coming to Juno Beach on April 5th, which is a Tuesday between 11 a.m. or 2 p.m. Coffee with a Cop is April 6th at 9:30. And the next town council meeting is April 27th at 5:30.
Thank you. Comments from council? Alex? And Alex, welcome to the council.
Thank you. No, I don't have anything to add.
Okay, thanks. Jason?
Yes, thank you. First of all, congratulations, Dee Dee. Congratulations,
Thank you.
Elaine. Congratulations, Alex and Peggy on your reappointment as the Vice Mayor Pro Tem. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve the residents in the town of Juno Beach over the past 8 years, especially the past 6 years as mayor. I've got nothing but gratitude and appreciation for the opportunity. The town now has a new mayor, new vice mayor, an excellent council, a town manager and a town staff that is second to none. I feel very fortunate and very blessed. I've got both business and personal endeavors that have been progressively creating more and more demands on my time. In fact, I went back looking at my calendar this beginning in May through the end of the year. I've got trial conflicts that are, I mean, even trying to look at the goal planning session while I'm sitting here at the meeting. I can't square that with my calendar. When I started my service to the town as a council member and as a mayor, I found myself being able to manage my time in a way that I could make it to the planning and zoning meetings. I could make it to, all of the town events, civic association events. And at this point, even with a methodical effort through this afternoon, trying to find, May, June, July, I can't square this on my calendar. I am very likely to put in a resignation for my town council seat, and I'm going to speak to the town manager tomorrow. I'll continue to go through the calendar and see what I can do, but it's really become a very difficult set of conflict issues. But I thank everybody, and I think the town is in excellent hands.
Thank you for your service, Jason.
He hasn't resigned yet. so-
Do we change your mind? Yes.
I'll talk to you, Joe.
Okay.
Peggy?
Well, I want to first, and congratulations, Alex, and welcome to the council. I want to thank our town clerk, Caitlin, for her dedication, because we all saw that it was Clerks Week, I think. And so thank you so much, because all of your hard work helps, obviously, all of staff, but also all of council. So we all really appreciate that.
Thank you.
There was something else. I'm gonna talk about something, because if I went home tonight and didn't talk about this, I'd probably shoot myself. But I was disappointed when we did nominations, and Dee Dee, I think mainly was disappointed in the decisions that were made up here. And I think I've worked hard going on 6 years, and maybe I have a lot more respect for my fellow council members, but I don't think that I could have done that to someone that has more seniority and has worked as hard as I have. And you know that also, Dee Dee. It's obvious that we can all do what we want up here, and jumping over people has been something in the past on councils that I've watched, and I didn't think it was right then. But we've had some issues in this town. We've had issues with the politics and the elections, and what I'm going to say is people getting involved, and they shouldn't get involved. And I hate to see someone stack a council to get to be a mayor, and I hate to see all that stuff going on. But this is exactly what divides our town, because I think we have to have respect. It starts here. The respect starts on this council, and I was, I guess, very, very disappointed, because it's like a slap in the face to me, to somebody that's worked as hard as I have. So I had to get that out, because I feel very strongly about that. And that's it.
So I'm just going to respond briefly. It was a difficult decision. My goal wasn't to throw you under the bus. That wasn't the intention. And now I have to figure out how to say this. I received trades, offers of bargaining and playing let's make a deal if I vote this way and you get this. And I didn't want to be part of a deal-making situation, that if I nominate a certain person, that I would then get a returned favor with a certain position next year, that kind of like a swapping deal, because I respect our government more than that. So it wasn't personal to you. It was more in reaction to some of the deal-making offers I received, I guess.
But that has nothing to do with me, just so you know. And that is part of, it was very easy for you to go into this position. You were prepared. So that's what I think is in the back of other people's minds also, is that this was a deal that was worked up previously. And I think, it went very smoothly, and, there was a stepping down, and, so to at least myself and others, no matter everyone will look at it, and it is what it is. But perhaps we need the citizens to start to speak up, and they need to be able to choose their own mayor. I mean, I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong for us to be up here, and you work as hard as I've worked for going on 6 years, and you feel because you've been here a year and you have been planning and zoning, and I have a lot of respect for you, and you know that, because we used to talk a lot and work together. But it's to pull yourself in a position like that ahead, no matter what you've heard, no matter what kind of information you were given, is, it just doesn't go over with me. I'm not that kind of person. I'm respectful. And like I said, it starts here. The respect for this town starts here, and all of the citizens see this, and we need to bring this town together. This town is so divided, and this just has not helped, try to work towards that. So,
I understand. And in the spirit of that, for the next agenda, I'd like to put on a discussion of selecting the mayor, whether we choose to, vote for a mayor and put it out to election, whether we do what North Palm has and have a term limit of a 1-year term limit. I'm fine with that. I don't need, to be mayor forever. So I'd like to see an agenda item next month where, we get public input on how this town would like to vote for its next mayor.
Ben, can you tell us the situation if Jason, I don't want to push you out the door here, but if you do resign, are we appointing again someone to fill his position?
Yes,
Not going there.
but no one's resigned.
No one's.
No, I understand.
But yes.
That's an understatement, isn't it?
Microphone.
Oh,
Thank you.
It's not public comment.
Or does she speak?
You know, and
Just let
I
her
don't know
know.
who I'm speaking for, or who's on Zoom, but so Joe's retiring or moving on. Dee Dee was an alternate on planning and zoning and has been on council now a year. Elaine, I think this is your first foray into public service, and I think you're doing a lovely job, but you're kind of a newbie. Alex, you're a successful businessman. You've been here 3 hours. Jason, whether I've agreed with you or not in the past, you have an institutional memory of doing this job, which only Peggy can rival. And so as a citizen, I'm wondering, is anybody on that dais in a position of power as mayor, vice mayor, town manager, council, have the years of experience to stare down what we're dealing with as a town? And so we really can't act selfishly or for political gain. There's frankly too much at stake. Peggy, I'm sorry you didn't make it tonight. Thank you.
Okay, Elaine?
So, I wasn't going to end it like this, but one thing to say to Jason is that please try and fill out your term, because that whole situation that happened when I was elected, or when we were elected that year, it was because Mr. Fahey left. And nobody was appointed because the council couldn't agree on an appointment. And then it left a vacancy on the council that was not fair to the other council members. And it's not fair to the citizens because this person is elected. I pray and hope that you truly do reconsider to fill out your term. This way it can go to the voters of Juno Beach if you choose not to run again. So, hope and pray everything is well with you and your family, and, you just have that in the back of your mind when you make that decision. On the other note is, listen, everyone on this council, anyone that runs wants to be mayor. That's just the way it is. That's politics. Okay, so to all our past mayors, thank you, because your leadership has made Juno Beach the gem that it is today. Sitting here is a great honor, and it should never be taken lightly. This past year as your council member, I've listened, learned, researched, casted votes, talked to residents, met with staff. I've grown so much as an individual, as a council member, as a resident of this town. I've also learned how deeply, which I didn't understand as a resident, how deeply divided this community is. Okay? We are not a team. Not up here, not down there. I could not have predicted what happened tonight. I actually have here, the note I said was, we need to think outside the box, we need to think clear, we need no agendas, and we need to put Juno Beach first. And that's why I was going to nominate in a very different way. And I chose to stay quiet. And this is the way it worked out. And I have to say, I'm very proud, because this town needs a new direction. You have 2 new people here who are willing to work hard and learn, work with staff, work with this council, work with the residents. No disrespect, Peggy, at all. I know you've been here, but it's not a seniority-based position. I don't mind if we take it to the public and have them, their input, and have them, our residents, vote us in. I'm fine with that as mayor and vice mayor pro temp. But, or rotate every year, or whatever we decide to do moving forward as a council. But this is a position that, the way Juno Beach has run it, you get picked by your peers. It's not a personal decision. And at the end of the day, the reason I voted the way I did is because I think it's in the best interest of Juno Beach. It was nothing personal.
I know that's your comments, but you think having a year on council versus going on 6 years you think you're experienced enough? You know, that's the question. It's, you know, this town is looking for experience. They're looking for people that can lead the town. And it is about seniority. Seniority gives you experience. It's not just a position you take over when you've been here a year. I was in my 3rd year, I was nominated, I think, and I was told at that time that, you know, this will happen, but it's good to get the experience. So I disagree. I think experience is vital. And you could have voted differently, Elaine. You could have voted for me. You could have nominated me. You could have done a lot of those things. So that's why it's something that people look at this and they go, this was planned probably because,
Absolutely was not
you
planned.
know,
I can
it
tell you that right
equals-
now. I can rest everyone assured, not that you're all going to believe me, at least the people sitting in this room, some. But Peggy, it's not, I'm not going to turn this into he said, she said, they said. I'm not going to get political here with you. But it's enough. Let's just leave it at that. I'm not up here to play politics. I'm up here to help Juno Beach. Experience does matter, but you know what? Also, a fresh start does matter. The people voted us in. They respect us. They trust us. At the end of the 3 years, if I'm not who they want, I'm fine with that. That's
And that's why, you know, I'm okay with a mayor system. I had talked to Len about this even last year, and I really regret now not having put it on the agenda back in November, but we had so many other things. Because it has bothered me that we didn't have a better system that worked fair, that wasn't stressful, that was just an easy transition, that didn't cause people to have these issues we're having now. And, you know, I'm fine with a 1-year mayor term, and let's do it going forward, you know, and maybe it'll make up for our failures today.
I wouldn't.
I mean, our
why-
failures, but I
Yes.
think the system needs to change. I think
Well, we'll put
that the
up to
people should be
residents.
allowed to choose, or we should just rotate. And I think it'll create a more homogeneous and evenly distributed system.
And this has been the problem the entire time. It's because individuals that are on council want to endorse possibly certain people because the 5 of us vote for mayor and vice mayor. And I've seen this happen way before you guys were ever on council. I've seen it. I've experienced it. And it is not the right system. The system should not be like this. So we should be voting for our mayor, I think. I don't think 5 of us should do that because that tends to give the individuals, you know, the ability or the feeling that they want to try to stack council, you know, for the vote, for whatever they need. And that's not to the benefit of our town. It's not to the benefit of our citizens. And we should be looking at that first. And so, yes, it does need to change. And I think the nominations for our planning and zoning members need to change also, because that's been another one where if we as a council member pick them, then sometimes they feel obligated to that council member. I make sure that I tell Jim Ferguson that he has his own mind. I'll give you information. I'll help you with any zoning issues that I know. But ultimately, this is your decision. And because that makes a difference in council when we vote. Planning and zoning, you know, voted to go with a certain project or development. And I don't think that's right. I think we should have qualified individuals that put their application in, and they could be chosen from that, because appointing people, I think, is something we need to change also. But we'll look at it, see where we're going with the next step.
Just one final thing. It's my understanding we operate according to Robert's Rules of Order. Is that correct, more or less? I'm thinking, because it would be nice to have a copy of that book. Can we order copies of Robert's Rules of Order so that
I think the
Um,
charter says that the council can set its own rules of procedure, but
Uh-huh.
we generally follow a Robert's
Okay.
rules format.
I didn't know if that would be helpful as some kind of, guidance is. Anyway,
Mayor, can I make a comment, please?
Sure, Marianne.
Marion Hoster, 500 Ocean Drive. You are talking about being a team. You are talking about uniting the town. But what you did tonight has proven you're not a team, and you have really not united the town. To me, it was a horrible show. It was a tragedy, I would say. And I think people will talk about that for a very long time, and I will write about it. I don't know yet what I'm going to write, but somehow I had the feeling that part of it was rehearsed. And I just had that feeling. Everything went too smoothly. Speeches were prepared, like Councilwoman Kontronakis. She never talked as much as she talked tonight, and she talked very well. And I cannot believe that this came out of the minute. So you will not be able to convince me that this was just something that happened tonight. And I'm disappointed.
To that, I just have to say that it's unfortunate that there always has to be a conspiracy theory behind something. Sometimes it happens and it's not planned. It's just life. So we're adjourned.